得分是6163，局牵制47秒，救援次数0.41，会进度是130。
没错，常用角色也是飞行家以及气象学家。因为这版本其实没有办法说做到人均稳定能牵制到3台以上的一个密码机。基本上是说尽管闪现这边一好一个常规的倒地，那其实后期考验的就是你的辅救位以及主救位的一些救人的稳定性，
是，
对吧？
其实我们也是看到监管者这边，一开始的那个首次击倒，可能就是在50、60秒左右。
没错的，这边是狗狗的面板数据，7332.1得分57的牵时长，然后破译进度是136，逃跑率是23%。那常用角色的话也是魔武士以及魔术师，
比较偏向于牵制的点位。
对的，然后也会担任一下辅救嘛，能看到有个0.74的局军救人。
毕竟他像魔术师或者木偶师都是能够去承担第2个化险为夷的，也会去带3个化险为夷。
没错，都是比较能兜住下线的一些角色。那这边也是 ACT 的教练李子轩。
今天这两边的话，确实应该会打的比较多的，就是偏向于控场型的一些监管。毕竟两边这个控场型的熟练度真的非常的高。
没错。
看一下这边是东玄，得分是11383，排在第2。局军击倒是7.59，排在第2。局军淘汰2.74，排在第3。局军恐惧震慑0.88，排在第3。局军击倒用时是56秒，排在第3。刺抓率35，排在第2。
没错。这个数据也是相当饱满了。常用角色的话也是女王风以及歌剧后手的话还有相对很多的一些角色。
对。
MVP 的话也是获得了我们7次的 MVP。
而且它是属于每一项数据都能往前面去靠。
对的，就很均衡。而且对于东玄来说，我觉得他是一个很多变的选手。就是你没办法在赛场上面去预测他这一波会去用什么样的角色，
对，
或者说他要使用什么样的打法。你像之前的话，他打梦之牛可能也会去运用一些像地下室的一些打法之类的。那这边是朱雀的教练头鱼。所以说，对于对方的求生者来说，我觉得是很难预测到东玄这边要去打什么这样的监管。
是的，其实你要考虑到说，除了我们版本比较强势的一些追击型的监管，你光是说后面的空场、时空之影，然后台球手、梦之女巫，已经有非常多可以去选择的了。
是，相对来说还是比较头疼嘛。但是同样是永眠阵，就看一下监管方这边，因为毕竟是东玄先上场，对于他来说的话，我觉得还是要尽可能的去往多抓角色去选。
是，感觉上来的话，可能还是会比较偏向于女王风的一种选择。
女王风的选择。因为你说后手上的话，我觉得可以去摇摆像台球手的一些角色，因为毕竟永眠阵这张地图，我觉得对于台球手的一些类型的控场型的监管的话，同样拥有着很大的一个机会。
后手上场的话，可以根据第一局的比分再去决定。如果说你要去争一个刺的话，可能还是会考虑一些比较能够去争上线的角色。那如果说你只是需要一个平局或者3抓，那其实他可以去摇摆的角色就会比较多。
对的。但同样这张地图，我觉得对目前赛程接近到这个时间点所有求生者队伍已经研究透了。就基本上永眠阵这张地图，我觉得是这个赛季开发的最多的地图。
是，就可能上来很多时候第一局都会去打，或者是说后手去摇摆也会去打，因为它确实像台球手、时空之影都是很强势的。
主要还是太能给监管机会，就监管这边摇摆的空间很大，然后包括求生方这边去做的一些选择的话，并不是很多。你可能在摇摆说像祭司之类的角色，同时也要去考虑到后手要防的一些监管，
是，
对吧？
这个感觉最近祭司会相对来说比赛季初会少了一些。
相对来说还是密码机的一个变量吧，我觉得，就密码机上面祭司的一个破译速度相对还是比较有一些波动嘛。那这个时候对于求生方来说就不好把控说，我在稳定淘汰一个人之后，我可以去开掉4台密码机，因为这个是一个比较公式化的牵制方式了，就是我在第一个人淘汰之后4台密码机亮掉，那之后3个人运营的话，我就可以有1个人去牵制，1个人去救人，1个人去破译密码机。
对，因为现在的话其实是不太一样的，以前更加偏向于你剩下的3个人去打2台密码机，现在真的就是你剩下的3个人去打最后的1台密码机，然后再去来回拉扯，他不太能够接受你可能剩2台一产出来，反而会出现一些可能2个选手去抢开1台密码机，然后再去打最后1台新机。
没错。所以说，对于监管来说，同样也是在手语方面也好，或者说追击的同时，看能不能尽可能多消化到外围的一些求生方的道具。这个是给他自己后期的一些控场上面可以做出一些相对的优势嘛。
且要求你在第1波手语的时候，或者是第2波手语都得去拿一些状态才行。如果说让求生者那边有1波无伤，虽然说可能会损耗到一些你的淘汰进度条卡的没这么死，但是如果说能够保到无伤，其实后面续节奏就会有一个非常明显的差异。
对，区别很大。更何况现在基本上大家都会带这个有闪现在淘汰1个人之后，闪现也将近要快好的一个状态下半状态跟满状态其实压迫力就不一样了。
是的。 而且可能你如果能够排到点的话，你都不需要说先切一个传送去传那台密码机，你可以先去排那个去调整的人，然后再用闪现击倒。基本上有这个节奏的话，就是一个多抓局了。
没错，因为我们看到很多嘛，就是有些时候为什么说监管它势力很关键，对吧？就对于一些对局当中，你能不能排到一些调状态的人啊，之类的位置啊？如果说找到的话，哎，基本上2个人一抓，那这时候没有人修密码机的同时，又可以去进行一些击倒。
是，除了说势力，还有就是你对于每一个求生者可能会在哪里去调整的，得有一个把握才行。
没错，就是比较期待2队的一个发挥吧，因为毕竟我们也聊到了，目前也是第7周了，其实给到很多队伍来说，其实机会不是特别多，因为7周下来的话，你可能你算1周两场的一个比赛，对吧？你可能也就6场左右，对吧？那你其他队伍也会去拿自己的胜场，所以最终来说，你可能一个排名上面的话，你要去往前挤，容错真的很少。
是，而且你起码。
Yo, what's going on, everybody? This is IdentityV here, and today we are bringing back the next day of IVL, guys. Today we're going to be covering day 20 of IVL. This is going to be FPX versus ZQ for our first matchup of the day. In case you guys are not familiar, ACT and FPX.ZQ are two very good teams within IVL. All of them are. But if you're not familiar with FPX.ZQ, that is the team with Dongxuan. Dongxuan is one of the most legendary hunters in this game's history, and definitely still goes to show as one of the best of all time. Even nowadays, times have changed, but this hunter has still stayed just as strong. So Dongxuan is going to be always an interesting one to watch, especially if you're trying to study how to become a better hunter. His ability to multitask and do of course, multiple actions at the same time, keeping an eye on the ciphers, but also knowing when to pressure, when to chase survivors. But I think the biggest thing that really brings to attention that Dongxuan does is the mind games. Mind gaming the mind game. So if the survivor is expecting you to do something, you're expecting them to expect you to do that thing, and you end up mind gaming the mind game in a way, which is one of the coolest things he does. And hopefully we get to see a little bit of that today. In the meantime, though, we're going to be going right into the first match already, and we're going to be watching FPX.ZQ is going to be hunting first, and we are going to see Dongxuan on the hunter role. I'm not sure if they do have a hunter sub. If they do, I've never seen them. I've only seen Dongxuan play for ZQ. So in the meantime, though, we're going to be watching right here. I'm just a little bit confused. Why is there like you see this text at the top? What's going on here? Battle situation. All right. Anyway, so we're gonna have Dongxuan go ahead and pick Queen B here, and on the survivor role, we're gonna see some interesting picks that you might not usually see in rank. The main two being Escapologist and Aeroplanist. Of course, Puppeteer and Archer you'll still see in high tier, maybe not in low tier, but I'm sure in high tier they are used a lot. And in low tier we see Escapologist a lot and Aeroplanist a lot because they are great counters to the S tier hunters in this game, those being Goatman, Shadow, even Queen B to a certain extent they can be very good against. Especially because Escapologist Fog can actually block projectiles, including the Queen B shots. Aeroplanist can escape out of the way of a situational area where she's able to shoot over the walls. You can escape with your jetpack using something like that. Can definitely be very critical. But most importantly, something that's very different about tournaments from rank is that in tournaments, you cannot repeat your characters. You cannot just spam the best survivors over and over and over again. That's why we're seeing like these weirder picks because they need to... okay. I hope we're still live. Okay, hopefully everything's good. All right, but what I'm trying to say is you need to pick some other options sometimes. You can't just go all the best survivors because there's not enough of the best survivors to last for 3 rounds, which is how many rounds they're going to play. So we're going to see right here Dongxuan go right towards the middle of the map, going to pressure multiple people at the same time, pressuring whoever spawned middle and also pressuring the guy who spawned on the right. He has the ability of choice here to see who he wants to chase first, and he is going to chase the airplanist first. Airplanist is going to be running no borrowed time. This is something we very commonly see, considering he's a very chaseable survivor, but still has rescue potential. We do see tide turner and usually some sort of kiting ability on him, especially because he doesn't have like the strongest kiting abilities anyway. It's good to give him some extra help. The peeper here going to be huge in showing the Queen Bee where this airplanist is going, and now he's going to use his jetpack. Very interesting use of the jetpack. It is actually technically faster to go down the staircase than going around it. So, nice little tip for anyone kiting around this area. Not just airplanes can do that. Anyone can just drop down and run to the pallet. It is faster than going around. And right here, the airplane is going to do a great job dodging the shots and prevent a basic hit. Now he's going to use his jetpack while he has a chance. That's the thing about airplanists, is that it's very hard to use it in the middle of the hunter being right next to you, especially because your ability can be canceled with a Queen Bee shot. So he's just going to use it while he gets a chance, and this will give him some room here to vault. He's going to take 1 hit, but 1 hit is better than 2 hits, and this way he's going to survive as long as he can for the survivors. Right here, finally gets shot by the Queen Bee. Nothing incredible from Dongxuan on this chase, just a typical chase right here, and just good routes from the airplanist, especially the ability to go around the or going down the basement right there. It completely skips the animation of falling down as well, which is really nice. Right here, we are going to see the escape. I'll just move the chair. Cypher protects him. Yes, so the Queen Bee shot just barely doesn't go over the Cypher machine. Sometimes, some other times it does, but I'm not sure why. In the meantime, though, Dongxuan is going to put a peeper in middle. Doing middle as one of your ciphers can definitely be very awkward. Hopefully that cipher is the one at 70%, because if it's not, Dongxuan is definitely going to come back to pressure this one. So they ideally really want to pop middle. This is one of the key points of interest as hunter. You either don't do it at all, or you pop it before the hunter kills their first target. So if that cipher does not get done by this airplanist going dead on chair, then they're going to be in a little bit of trouble right here. Aeroplane is taking his tide turn, making sure to die away from the Cypher machine. It's very important that you do that in any game of IdentityV. And now it looks like we might see the escapeologist rescue now. Okay, there we go. I was expecting him to move the chair a little bit closer. And there you go. He finally does move it. And uses the fog to protect himself. This lets the Queen Bee... well, it doesn't let the Queen Bee able to have clear line of sight to shoot. Gonna drop double peeper here. Peepers do not stack. Is he just gonna give the free rescue? He's not. Escapeologist is purposely waiting here, expecting the Queen Bee to come way sooner. I think he expected the Queen Bee to come sooner than that. And my goodness! He just got read like an absolute book. Both shots landing exactly where he's gonna be. First shot predicting his movement. Second shot predicting where he's going to be right after the... Holy crap, there's so much text on the screen. Can I remove this, please? So much stuff going on right here. So much stuff going on right here. Archer gonna go in for the rescue on the... Okay, that makes sense where the text is coming from. It's coming from the people. And now he's gonna drop in another fog. The bad news is this is exactly what I was talking about. This is the last cipher. And at this point, it's going to be almost impossible for the survivors to get this done. Even though peepers don't stack, meaning that their debuffs don't stack, they don't cause you to like decode 60% slower if there's 2 of them. They still only do 30%. It just takes longer to destroy all the peepers and ensures that Dongxuan always has eyes in the middle of the map, so to speak. Did he time that right after the puppet ended? I didn't get to see, but right here, this area is just a death zone against Queen Bee. He sees that no one is shaking the cipher, so he's just going to pick up right here and probably drop as soon as he sees the middle cipher shake. but no one is shaking it, so I guess he'll just go basement. No big deal. Maybe he was going to go basement regardless of whether they did it or not. Basement is going to be critical here. Against borrowed time especially, this is probably your main way of making sure that the survivors lose this match. You obviously don't want to give a tie away. Preferably 4-mans are always your goal as Hunter. But in this case, with the last cipher being done across the map, and he just used his high mobility option of moving around the map, and he's at 0 energy, yeah, there's not going to be a whole lot for him to do here except just walk over after this cipher. Very interesting that he decides to leave the basement, opting to not go for the basement of trying to stuff 2 people together, and just going to try to stop the cipher itself. That's a pretty big gamble, though. Can Dong Schwinn manage to kill this Archer before they pop middle cipher? Maybe they can. And right here, Archer does finally go down here. I guess she didn't have that much health to begin with. And now she does finally go down, especially with full presence, man. It's just a guaranteed shot. So, does end up killing the Archer. And now look at this. Now this is an even better situation. Now he's able to be next to Graveyard and Middle. Man, Middle. Oh, man. Middle on Ever Sleeping is one of these detrimental ciphers as survivors if you do not manage to get it done before the first target happens. It's just one of these ciphers. You either don't do them all or you do them first. It's one or the other. And if you choose the middle, then you end up in this situation where a high mobility hunter like Queen Bee just puts detrimental amount of pressure on the middle cipher. And now it's going to be so many chairs happening here, so much damage, so many resources. And even if he doesn't manage to kill anyone before this cipher pops, it is going to get a lot of resources out. It's also going to set him up for endgame. Look at the position that Dong Schwinn is in. He's in the middle of the map. So if they were to pop the cipher right here, right now, he is in a power position right here. He is able to go anywhere he wants right now. So the positioning is great for him. He's gotten resources out. And on top of that, he saw that the escapologist used broken windows on the pallet. And also remember, the tie turner just realizes like, okay, well, I don't have to pick him up immediately. There's no rush. Tries to pressure someone else, gets a little bit of bees out of it, a little bit of energy. And now he's set up for endgame. Probably the best chair you could possibly get in this situation. Able to keep an eye on this gate, have open vision on it. Does Dong Schwinn take the risk here of going after the Archer? He doesn't know if anyone's rescuing. He's going to check. No tinnitus. He knows that there's no way they'll make it anymore and go straight for the survivor. At this point, I think a strategy now right here is going to be to zone her away from any potential dungeons. He knows she still has her abilities up. She's one of the only survivors with abilities up. And it is his job right now to make sure she does not get away. And that is a huge missed shot. Act not going to be able to do anything at this point. That is going to be a 3 kill for Dong Schwinn right there. Able to take advantage of his positioning right there in the end game. Had a basement. Decided against the basement. Decided, wait a second. If I go for this basement, I may not have as easy enough a time end game as if I just go after the Archer. Because if you go after the Archer, Archer dies in a chip hit. So she's dead to full presence. And on top of that, you're going to have pressure over Graveyard and Middle. So then just go back for Middle. That was great thinking right there. And it worked out really well for him because the Archer never left her cipher. Had the Archer left her cipher sooner and not allow Dong Schwinn to find her so easily, he could have taken a pretty big gamble right there, especially because Harpy was diminishing. That very likely means, like, why else would he leave basement? Harpy getting less and less. So that could have been an opportunity for the Stars to call out to their teammate, hey, I'm losing my heartbeat. There's only one place he could possibly be going, a shaking cipher machine. And I understand that it's not so easy because, of course, both people, the rescuer included, may not have direct vision on the hunter. But one thing is for sure, there's very few things that lead a hunter away from a basement chair. So right there, we're going to see Dong Schwinn end up getting a 3 kill right there, thanks to his decision making. It was just a lot stronger, honestly, than going for the basement, especially because one of the people in basement had borrowed time. I guess the escapologist had no borrowed time, so it's possible that maybe he targets the escapologist. Could be. Maybe in the moment, though, he didn't know whether escapologist had borrowed time or not. It wasn't until later in that kite in the 3-pallet area where we for sure saw the pallet vault and you saw how fast the escapologist was moving. That's a dead giveaway that he's now running borrowed time. And I think at that point, that's really secured Dong Xuan's decision right there to be like, okay, let's stick on this guy and let's see if I can squeeze a little bit of other value by leaving him on the ground first. They did pop pretty early. Survivors identified pretty early what he's trying to do there and prevented it and forced him to pick up sooner rather than later. But still, that was extremely good because he was able to chair where he wants to. And I think that's another thing. Maybe saving the Escapologist's abilities there could have saved his team's life right there because of the fact that Escapologist already used both his chair moves. He didn't really have the right to move the chair anymore away from the exit gates. He didn't really have that choice of like forcing the hunter to be like, hey, you either camp this chair or you camp the gate, not both, right? But because he had no more chair moves, he couldn't move his chair anymore. He only has 2 of those. It allowed the hunter to camp the gate and the chair at the same time. That is probably one of the worst positions. I think if I had to say what gave Dong Xuan the ability to come back in that game, I would have to say the middle cipher. I must say for the Stars, it was looking extremely good right there with the fact that they had a cipher, middle cipher, almost 90%. That was the last cipher. It was like around 75 when you finally stopped it. That was the last cipher. Last cipher being 75 when you finally killed your first target. That's pretty good for the Survivors. That's pretty good for the Survivors. What's not good is that was the middle cipher. So definitely don't want to have middle as your last cipher, especially in today's meta with high mobility hunters. Queen Bee, even without the full presence, moves about as fast as the old Hula Baloo before his speed got nerfed. I mean, what is it? How fast does she move? She moves 12% faster. So if you do her movement speed, which I think is 4.64 times 1.2, it actually comes out to about the same as the old Hula Baloo speed. So, I mean, we can do the math right now. 4.64 times 1.12. And yeah, that is almost, if not more, I don't remember the exact speed of the old Hula Baloo. I think the old Hula Baloo was like 5.2 something. But that puts Queen Bee right now at the speed of 5.19 meters, which is, right now, that's faster than Hula Baloo and was almost as fast as the old Hula Baloo on release. So just thinking about that, that is pretty damn fast, even without full presence. And full presence is a completely different story. Do keep in mind, guys, that this is pre-nerf Queen Bee. Queen Bee was just nerfed in the previous July balance patch. But these tournament servers, which is what the Survivors and Hunters are playing on that we're seeing right here, this is what they're playing on. They play on a different offline server that's only available to people who play in tournaments. The devs give them this specific tournament mode just so, you know, the ping is consistent. And also there's more control over what balance changes happen in this server. Obviously the devs are going to release whatever they can into the global server whenever it's ready, and whenever they decide to do it, they just drop it. Of course, regular updates are very important to the game, but any regular update that could influence the balance of the game, they need their survivors, they need their hunters who play this game competitively. They're generous. They want to give some time to get used to it, and especially in the middle of a tournament, would have been absolutely detrimental that the game just changes halfway through a tournament, which is what basically happened. That's what happened with the balance changes. The balance changes just dropped halfway between this tournament. So these changes were live halfway through the tournament. How is the tournament fair anymore, right? In our opinion, in my opinion, Miki's not here today. In my opinion, I would say no, that's not fair, because those survivors, everyone here, every hunter and every survivor had to prepare for the game without the balance changes. And then all of a sudden it becomes a battle of who's able to adjust the quickest, which in its own way is a talent. But I don't think it's the talent we're trying to test here in a tournament. I think the talent we're trying to test here is not who is able to... what's the word? I'm thinking of a word. It starts with I. The letter I. It's not about trying to find the person who works the best when things suddenly change. It's about the person who is able to work together as a team best with what they've been given in the past. And changing it in the middle of a tournament after you've already practiced those strategies is not very fair. So that's at least my assumption why they're doing this, and I think it's great that it's like this. Does anyone know what word I'm thinking of? It might not even start with an I. I say this all the time and it never ends up being with an I, honestly. Oh, yo, we got a donation. I can't check how much in US dollars that is right now, or what that currency even is. But thank you so much to True Shot Barrage for the NZ $3. I have no idea. New Zealand $3, I'm guessing. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Their first super on a live stream. On the IVL live stream of all things. Thank you. I appreciate it so much. OMG, Psyche's favorite character, Escapologist. I've actually really started to grow in Escapologist, to be completely honest. I've actually really enjoyed playing him. It's actually been a lot of fun. I actually do really enjoy it. And then end game, if you save that fog, oh my god. It's almost a guaranteed gate escape if you know what you're doing. It's actually surprisingly good. Especially with the ability to instantly open chests now. I don't feel so useless after I use my fogs. I can really quickly get an ability and it's not like a huge time sink. Because you could time sink on a chest and then end up with a syringe or like a perfume. It's just so useless. Nowadays, it's so nice because even if you spent 1 second getting a perfume that you can't really use that well, like, it's fine. It's fine because it didn't take you any time, and at the end of the day, it can stall an extra few seconds to help your teammates escape. Like, maybe it won't help you escape out the gate, but anything is better than nothing still. It just really depends, because obviously you don't want to spend 15 seconds getting an item that's only going to make your Kai like last 2 seconds longer. That's not a good deal. Which is really nice that it only takes 2 seconds to open a chest now. So even in the worst case, you break even. Anyway. Anti-Corian is going to be picked here. We're going to see Airplanes. Like I said, Airplanes is a great counter in the early rounds. A great character to play in the early rounds because there's a lot of strong hunters you got to watch out for. And ZZ9, let's take a look at his bands. Very interesting bands here. What can we tell from these bands? Taking a look at it, we see Doctor, Puppeteer as his first two, then Magician, then Enchantress. I mean, if I had to say, these are all, I mean, just going off of what counters these, what survivors these, what hunters these survivors counter, the biggest one that comes to mind right now is Goatman. Because Goatman cannot deal with multiple hit survivors very easily, which is what Puppet and Doctor are. And Magician and Enchantress deal very well with cages themselves, able to react on the win. And slow down his pursuit, make it so that he doesn't spawn next to them. If he does, I mean, of course he still can, but they're going to boost away or stun him or slow him down, which is what Enchantress does, and prevent that instant hit through the cage, which is all stuff that these survivors do well. They counter Goatman. But these are also great counters to Shadow. I doubt he's going to play Shadow this early. It could just be Queen Bee. Queen Bee, again, I think, you know, Queen Bee doesn't do as good against Magician and Enchantress. She's fine against Doctor and Puppet, though. At the end of the day, your job as Hunter is to kind of throw off the survivors as well. You don't want to be too obvious with what you're going to pick, because if you ban all the stuff that's good against one Hunter, well, then it becomes very obvious what you're going to go. So right here in this situation, maybe Doctor isn't like the most amazing ban if you're going to go Queen Bee, especially because it's round one. The stars are probably not going to go for any aggressive Harasser plus Doctor strategy where Doctor heals while Harasser protects the survivor on the ground. So that's probably not going to happen. But also Queen Bee is able to pack on damage pretty quickly without triggering recovery, which is one of Doctor's weaknesses, where you're able to A, have good mobility, and B, able to do no recovery damage, which is two things Queen Bee does really well against. End of the day, Doctor is still a very good survivor, so, you know, it makes sense. It makes sense to ban Doctor. You can't ban everything that's going to be good against your one hunter. You want to leave yourself open, right? If the survivors make themselves bad against Goatman, boom, you take it. But in this case, they went Anti, they went Professor, they went Airplanist for Officer. Honestly, in an alternate universe, there could have been a world where ZZ9 bans all four of these survivors we're seeing right here. Because all of these counter Goatman just as hard, honestly, if not even harder than what he banned. Maybe Doctor counters a little bit better, but Puppeteer is so brutal, Doctor is so brutal. These are just still really good Goatman counters right here. So he's just going to go with the safe Queen Bee. Queen Bee's a more versatile hunter. But Goatman just has raw strength, which is really good about him. If you can master that raw strength, he can counter even the hardest of counters. We've seen it before. Jin has done it a lot of times on GR. Alright. Gonna be going into round one, second half. ZZ9 is gonna be taking a similar route to Dong Xuan here. In fact, this game looks almost identical. We're going to be seeing Airplanist once again set himself in this position. This time, ZZ9 is going around trying to mind game. This time, it's not working so well. Trying to red light mind game here doesn't work so well. Now, Airplanist is going to take a slightly different route, though. Instead of going straight to middle, this Airplanist is going to go to corner house this way, use a jetpack, using it sooner than later, realizing how long the cooldown is. It's 15 seconds, by the way, which is one of the longest in this game. Going to use it sooner rather than later. Without peepers here, though, this Airplanist is in a much better position than the one against Dong Xuan. This could lead into a very good kite so far. I mean, he is getting slowed down right here. The warp is going to be extremely dangerous here. Wasted the flywheel. Flywheel, of course, not going to be as good as broken windows like the Airplanist last game. So we're seeing some similarities, but we're seeing some differences. I think what's scary here, though, is that he's kiting on someone's Cypher. This could get very hairy here. If this Airplanist dies right here, he needs the support from Anti-Current. I'm surprised the Anti-Current wasn't here sooner in case he got shot right there, just to guarantee he survives. But now, she's able to kind of body block and protect, able to go for stuns like this. 2 stuns in a row, good work. 3 stuns? Okay, interesting. I thought she would save one at least for herself in case she gets swapped on. ZZ9 not gonna go for the swap on the Antiquarian. I feel like he could have gotten some good damage right here in this position, but maybe not. Especially with his abilities all being on cooldown, I think it could have been possible there, but I think he just also wants to secure some damage and on the rescuer. Professor now is going to take a hit right there. That was a hit, by the way. Got rid of his scale ability. Now going to take a basic hit right here. He does not pop the scale. Would have been huge if he did. That would have been a damageless rescue. And now Airplanist might end up rebounding here. It's going to be kind of hard because of the fast pallet breaking, and no pallet boost means he's really trapped here. But he's wasting time still. But no way. Okay, that could have been detrimental right there. He does miss the full presence shot, which forces a lot of energy. Now he still does go down, but it forces a basic hit. That basic hit takes precious seconds right now. Precious seconds that this hunter cannot be spending. And on top of that, he's down to 0 energy. Now he has to farm all this energy back up, and it's going to be just a nightmare right here for him to try to get 2 hits on this first officer, especially when he has to build up that energy in the first place. Misses the shot already, misses the second shot. Does he hit the chair? He hit the chair! What a huge chair hit right here. This, I mean, even if the Airplanist doesn't rebound here, which I don't think there really is any way, this is absolutely insane. The fact he's able to get a damageless rescue, how is ZZ9 gonna pull this one back at this point? This is looking like the surest tie I've seen all day today. That doesn't say a lot considering this is the second match, but this is looking like a very secure tie position right here. Let's take a look at their ciphers. They got a cipher here at Dancing Geisha, cipher at Corner House outside, cipher at Fake, and cipher on the island on the left here, right here. This is a great cipher split right here. So unlike last game where we had Graveyard and Middle close together, these ciphers are all spread very far apart. It's going to be extremely difficult for the Queen Bee to prevent all this decode from happening. Airplanist right here finally going to go down. Now Antiquarian gets chased, does a great jump earlier, but now going to end up being the chase target. Can she get the hit? And she does. Wow, that barely connected. It's going to be very hard to kite here. This is one of the worst places to kite Queen Bee because of the straight lines that you can just shoot right down, similar to Gamekeeper. Does flywheel one of them though, and she's making this kite, given how awful resources she had there, making this kite work pretty decently well. Unfortunately, gonna lose the mind game on the pallet right there, expecting the Queen Bee to go around. She did not go around. And now she's gonna abandon the target, go straight after the Cypher Machine. Good flywheel right there. He dodges I think a chip hit and a basic hit right there, and now he has the ability for just the basic hit. That could not have gone any better for him. And that ability is an infinite ability. That's just going to come back. It's going to be very difficult for the Queen Bee to come back and quickly kill him because he always is going to have that ability up. You cannot drain it like the rest of the survivors. And hold up, this first officer also still has a pocket watch. Now, it's best not to play too aggressively in this situation as a survivor. It's going to be very important that they do not overcommit here. Just have one person at best, trigger tonight. And if ZZ9 doesn't make a choice here, he's just going to lose out on a whole other cipher. And look at this cipher split. This is where the cipher split comes into contact here. Not the world's greatest split of ciphers, because outside Corner House is technically more reachable than behind corner house. But all in all, this is still amazing. This is an amazing position for the Cyrus to be in. He's just going to go straight for the Antiquarian right here. Hopefully trying to knock her down before the Cypher Pops body blocks her. But the pallet stun is going to prevent him from getting anything done. And without borrowed time, that's going to be huge. This is going to give her the space she needs to maybe pop. It's a little bit awkward to pop right now. They're going to pop anyway, even though no one's on the gate. And Antiquarian's definitely gonna, I mean, they do have someone on the gate. But teleport here, and she died kind of in the middle of the map. This is not a great position. First officer thankfully has a watch ready. That is why it was so important that he doesn't play aggressively early there. So now he has something for the end game. Professor, though, uses his skill right there just to be sure that he doesn't go down here. And this is what I mean by the infinite abilities, guys. Even if it's just to stay alive for an extra 5 seconds, sometimes that's all the hunter has. They can't spend more than 5 seconds and has to pick up now, or else Antiquarian will pick herself up. And that is what I mean with infinite abilities. Sometimes you just need that extra 5 seconds, and that's cool. It can be the game changer. But can he make it? Can he make it against Queen Bee full presence? I don't think he does. I don't think he does. Queen Bee full presence is just a little bit too fast. And now it's going to be a battle. Can he stall Flywheel? Flywheel's up now. Scales are up in 11 seconds. He can definitely get this. Unfortunately for them, First Officer didn't leave the gate, so they can't even pressure the rescue anymore. Gonna go for it. Gonna go for it. Can he hit the flywheel? He misses it, but I think that's still good. No way! He doesn't escape! How does he not escape? Lid is grabbing his head over his hands. Like, what? There's no way. There's no way. I feel like that was out. I feel like that was technically past the boundary, but the game takes like a second to realize that you actually escaped. So I think what happened there is he passed the boundary, but the hunter was still able to pick him up before the game like realized that you're out, and the game takes priority over picking up, because you definitely can leave the boundary and then still use your abilities, and then out of nowhere you'll leave even though you're standing still. Like, you could walk past the boundary, use your shovel, and then the game will start moving you forward, but then you use your shovel while escaping. You're in the animation while escaping, which makes no sense, because how could you have escaped if to use your shovel you have to stand still, right? So you couldn't have gone past the boundary, right, if you stood still. But that's exactly it. Maybe one day the devs will change it where there's not like a delay on escape, because I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about, where like you'll pass the exit gate like invisible wall where it counts you as escaping, and you'll sometimes like go way deeper in there. Then like sometimes you like inch your way into the exit gate, that way you can really figure out like where the boundary is. And other times you'll just like run right in, right? And you won't stop at all. And it might take like a second. You'll be like, well, I'm sure I'm out at this point, because I've already in previous games, like you can tell, because in past games you'll be like, you'll try to not leave, but then you might leave on accident. And then there's going to be games where you just leave on purpose, and the game doesn't realize you're like out until you're way past like the boundary that normally would let you escape, as if you were to just stand still and let just watch if the game lets you escape. And maybe one day the devs will fix that delay. I feel like right there it may have just caused a difference. Like, I feel like that professor was standing exactly where the first officer was when he escaped. So I don't know right there. In the end though, we are gonna see a 3-man elimination on both sides, and it's gonna actually tie up the game. ZZ9 pulling back that game really impressively. I think it was the ability to go after the no borrow time survivor. Did he know that she had no borrow time? I'm not sure. I think after the pallet stun that she got, it was pretty obvious because of the pallet boost, and she already used her flywheel. But I mean, before that, did he know before he committed on her? I'm not sure. I'm not sure if there was ever an opportunity. Right here, you see Dong Xuan get an extremely good stuff on the escapologist. You know, all things considered, this game was actually going pretty well for them up until the stuff. And even after the stuff, they still had pretty good decode. Could you imagine how this game would have gone without the stuff? They almost for sure would have tied this match. So the fact they were still able to get one escape out, you know, considering there was a stuff, considering their last server was at middle, honestly could have gone much worse. This could have been a much worse game. This could have been a 4-man. Right, especially Dong Xuan's standards of gameplay. It's just a shame that ZZ9 right here ended up hitting the rocket chair right here, because maybe that could have been the difference between a 4-man for him. So like, Survivor side, we saw gameplay on the Survivor side. I mean, right there, that flywheel, of course, miss was huge. But I mean, I feel like on both sides, we saw Axe survivors making mistakes that definitely could have given them a tie, maybe even a win, because they were honestly up quite a bit, even after a stuff, even after a Cypher at middle, they were still doing extremely well, all things considered. And then the ZZ9 right there was in a decent spot himself up until he hit that chair, so it was very difficult to bring it back at that point. So could have been both those things could have been the difference maker. Either way though, ZZ9 pulling off 3-man and the Survivors still getting a 1-man that game as well was really nice. So Act, I think, on both sides making mistakes, on their Survivor side and their Hunter side. I think still really good scenarios considering how bad of a mistakes both games. Not even, honestly, you could argue the stuff was even a mistake because Queen was so BS on the rescues, but still, nonetheless, pretty good to make sure you don't get 4-man, pretty good to make sure you get a 3-man even though you hit the chair. So I mean, still, you gotta consider that if they like perfect their gameplay, they could be walking away with ties, or could be walking away with 4-mans. It really just comes down to like 1 or 2 things a lot of the times. Anyway, we're going to be seeing ZQ here pick Lakeside. Act is going to ban Leo's Memory, so we're going to see the Lakeside from ZQ becoming a more and more popular map as of lately. Used to not see it so often. I used to see it quite a bit. Anyway, I'm going to drink some tea. That's some good tea. That's some good tea. Yo, thank you, Krimi Michi, for being here. Even at 2 a.m., she's still here. What a loyal viewer. Thank you, Krimi. We got Tan Cosign. Jin Ray is here. What's up, Jin? Jin is a pretty consistent viewer here on these late night streams. I love Reacher. What are these names, bro? I love Reacher. Ghostly Luck. What's up, Ghostly Luck? Ghostly, a longtime viewer of the channel. Scourging Line as well. Welcome, guys. Pilly. We got Pilly4745. Bro's profile picture is Winnie the Pooh in some big shoes. Isn't Thief good against Go Man? Not exactly. Not exactly. Go Man, you really depend on going in a straight line and keeping the flash on the Hunter the whole time. Every time you pass the cage, if you think about it, the Hunter is still getting closer to you, but you're not able to shine the flashlight, right? Because you have to wait for them to go through the cage. If they're going to go through the cage, you're going to be closer to you than before when you first entered the cage, right? And during that time, they just lose all the flashlight powers you gain on them. Combine that with a charge attack and maybe impulsive, and it's almost a guaranteed hit every time. He's not great. He's not great against Goman. You can make it work, especially if you stay in the center of the cage. If you stay in the center of the cage, that'll give you time to force the Goman to walk to the side before you have to enter the cage, and just that time can make it so that you can go through like another like diameter's worth of the cage from one side to the other side, right? You just got to make sure that you're not already like right next to the Goman, because if you're next to the Goman and you're this close to trying to stun him, and then you have to walk through the cages, it's just over for you, because he's gonna show up right next to you, and there's not gonna be enough time anymore to do anything about it. Anyway, it looks like we're gonna see FPX.ZQ here once again, hunting first, putting a lot of faith in Dong Xuan here, trusting that he's able to just be the round starter. Whoever goes first is gonna give their next faction an advantage, so to speak. So let's say you don't know what your hunter is gonna get. It'll make it harder for you to choose whether you should be aggressive with the survivors you pick. Like, should we pick all our stronger survivors here to ensure that we get a better result, or should we pick safer here and assume that our hunter does fine, right? Gets at least like a tie, right? So you don't need to be as aggressive to make sure that you guys match whatever result your opponent's survivors got. So if you end up with like your hunter getting 3-man, like 3 escaped against, you might be more inclined to pick stronger survivors to ensure that you guys don't lose the round. But if you're going round 1, you don't have that information. You don't know what you're gonna get if you're round 1, right? But whoever's going round 1 right here, they don't know what's gonna happen in the second half, so they're just gonna have to play more generic here, more general hunters, and just play for the best. There's no real goal in the first half, game 2. I mean, of course, tie is the general goal, but if you can get a win, great. If you can push for a win, if you can see those opportunities, that's best. And then in the second half of the, let's say, round 2, which is what we're in right now, if Dongxuan can get a 4 kill right here, then that's going to make his survivor's side a lot easier to choose their survivors, because they can be like, oh, okay, so we just need 1 escape here, we're fine. They don't have to be as aggressive with picking all the strong survivors together, because their hunter already pulled their team so far ahead. So as long as they pick good enough survivors to make sure that they don't also get 4-man, you can pull ahead. And that's kind of like what it comes down to in tournaments. It really helps to see what your teammate got in the first half, so then you can make better choices in the second half. It's vice versa for survivor side. If survivor side got 3 escapes, then you as a hunter could be like, wait a second, if I just tie here, I win the tournament for my team, right? Or something like that. So now you're more inclined to go something that has an easier time tying, but a harder time winning. Because to you, tying is the same as a win. If you tie, you just need a tie because your survivor's already won for you. So as long as you get more kills than your opposing hunter, you can be looking in a very good spot. In that situation, a tie is the same as a win, if not better. Right? It's just easier to get. And there's hunters who specialize more in tying rather than winning. And it can make it a lot harder for those stars to rebound with those kinds of hunters, such as Anne. Anne is one of them, though she has fallen off a lot. We're going to see Opera Singer right here from Dongxuan. He is going to ban the Dr. Seer. Crazy how Seer even today is still one of the most used survivors and most banned survivors. Even after all these years, ever since he released, he's still being banned. Doctor, one of the newer ones though. Right here, we're going to see the Gravekeeper right here. Spawning in the Big Rock, pretty simple spawn for the Rescuer. Lanternist is going to be a Big Boat. Probably their weakest survivor. They want to keep at Big Boat. And last but not least, we're going to have Antiquarian and Matador and Shack and Small Boat. Let's see where Dongxuan chooses to spawn. He's going to choose to spawn on the ramp side of Big Bow. Interesting. He might be tempted to chase this Gravekeeper in that case. Usually we see Opera Singer spawn top right because it gives a faster entrance into Big Bow. And also covers the ramp side with shadows in case the survivor jumps down. But if you start from this side and you try to go to Big Bow, then you're not going to have the ramp side covered as effectively. It's going to be easier for the survivor to tell you're coming as well, because now the survivors can... The survivor at the Big Rock will be able to easily tell his teammate at Big Bow, hey, the hunter's going straight for you, prepare for kite, right? And of course, since you left that ramp side open, it's a very real possibility that the survivor just walks out of Big Bow and before you even know it, they're already gone. So let's see what happens here. I'm very interested to see what survivor Dongxuan chooses to go first. It's going to matter quite a bit here. All right, going to be going into the first half of round 2. Dongxuan is going in the Gravekeeper's direction. Will he find him, though? He's already rotated out of the way. Looks like he does see him. Using that tree right there to dash on it first. Breaking this pallet ahead of time. Already expecting it to cause him some trouble with the shovel. Just going to get rid of it while he still has a chance. And going to try to go straight after this Gravekeeper shovel right here. Using the shadows from earlier to quickly catch up. Saving every little second he can to make sure this chase doesn't last any longer than it has to. Now going to go ahead and Gravekeeper's going to use this next pallet here. Very good order here. Saving these better areas for later and using the harder to reach areas first. And then escaping out there with a shovel. Now he's going to have just enough time for a second shovel. Now Dongxuan once again has to knock him out of the shovel. And I think at this point his plan might be to go to Logs? No, not in this angle. There's no way he can reach logs at this point. I think he might end up taking another hit here if he doesn't quickly catch up to this pallet. Does he reach it? He does barely reach the pallet, and that's going to cause Dongxuan to second guess whether he should swing at this pallet. He now swings through the pallet and does get the hit through. That's going to be huge. That's going to allow him to blink, but he misses the blink. And now Dongxuan is going to be spending way more time trying to kill this Gravekeeper. Does successfully mind game him here, but it took valuable, precious seconds to knock him down. On top of that, the Gravekeeper's behind a pallet still, so he has to break the pallet and then walk over and pick him up. So all in all, that exchange of missing that blink wasn't just a couple 7 seconds. That was honestly way more than that. There was also time he had to spend breaking the pallet, then walk after him and pick him up. So there was a lot more time wasted here. Ooh, and right here, the Matador hitting through the wall. Great use of the ability. Goes through the wall. Doesn't matter if there's a wall in the way. It will hit the Hunter. And now going to go for the rescue here. Gravekeeper, by the way, what a great dash block from the Gravekeeper. Now it's going to prevent the Matador from getting dashed on. He definitely wanted to double hit the Rescuer here. And now the Gravekeeper purposely running into Opera Singer. Going to make it so that his dash gets blocked, and that's definitely something Dongxuan could have avoided there had he been a little bit more mindful of it. And now Gravekeeper's going to get put on this rocket chair, and there's not much more to be done here except die away from the Cypher machines. I mean, he did a great job there saving. He essentially saved his Matador's life by being the target there, because Dongxuan's going to chase the Gravekeeper no matter what, right? It's the Matador that he doesn't have a lot of time to chase. So trying to get a double hit on him right here in this situation is important, while you still had the chance, and the Gravekeeper completely foiled that plan. And now we're going to see Dongxuan try one more time, but once again, Matador using the pallet right there, preventing himself from going down. Now Dongxuan going for the hit on the Lanternist, and just going to go straight after the Gravekeeper again. Interesting that they chose to rescue here, even though there was no tide turner. So the exchange of health versus time they got out of that wasn't too great. They ended up with a damaged Lancers, which is going to be great for Dongxuan in the mid game here. And Gravekeeper didn't really give them a lot of time to survive with. Granted, he died in the corner, so there's not a lot to do. You could argue that maybe rescuing there wasn't the best. Maybe just giving tide turner would have been better. Right here, we are going to see Dongxuan now go after the Lanternist, and he's going to try to snowball off this Lanternist, and that's the downside of giving damage up on the rescues, is that now it's going to make it easier for the Hunter to snowball that damage. Now that you already have health, he doesn't need anything more, and my goodness, what an insane mind game right there from Dongxuan, making the Lanternist stink to put the clone on the other side, and Dongxuan knowing exactly how long that clone has left to last, preemptively swings knowing that that clone's going to end and that her real self is going to reappear next to him before she can vault it in time. And that was insane right there. Great work from Dongxuan. That is the kind of like mind game thinking that I talk about when I talk about Dongxuan, and that he's a step ahead as a Hunter player. And now we're going to see the person, by the way, that guy's still on chair. Dongxuan gets his dash canceled. Great work from the Antiquarian bot. I mean, you gotta admit, this is a very strong position to be in right now as Dongxuan stopping the last Cypher machine as well, forcing a heal, but my goodness, the patience on this Antiquarian is insane. It is causing Dongxuan so much time here. Still, 2 more sticks left, 1 more stick left. Doesn't have any broken widows here. Gonna slow vault the pallet, and unfortunately that's gonna be it for her. Her Kai will come to an end. I must say she did an extremely good job stalling for her team. Getting those heals off is huge, but how are you going to get this whole 6 Cypher done? There's almost no way. There's almost no way, and on top of that, if Dongxuan predicts where the rescuer is coming from, it's just gonna be GG at that point. Let's see what he chooses to do. He's going to opt to go straight for the Cypher, taking the risk that they're now rescuing immediately. And, okay, no, he just goes back. All right, so he's not going to commit, even though that Matador was half health. He is not going to commit on him. Just going to walk away, see if he can find this rescuer. And that ability just exposed where she is. And now Dongxuan knows exactly where to go to find her. On his way, if he can get 2 hits off, he is running Withering Effect. Interesting, Withering Effect without Berserker. Is Withering Effect good enough to run without Berserker? Interesting strategy from Dongchuan. I mean, he's running fast pallet breaking, so that might be why he's running Withering Effect. Just might be why. But Withering Effect is such an underrated trait right here. Caused her to get no speed buff to reach the chair, and because of that, not able to make it anymore. Are they even going to get the Cypher pop in time? Oh, Dongchuan's expecting it. And no, they do not pop the Cypher. Now what do you do in this situation? Do you just hide? This is Gogo's, I think, second chair right here. No, it is his second chair, but he went after half already. And Matador is going to get the dungeon escape because he chose to chair there. Interesting. I mean, I guess he couldn't really leave her because of borrowed time. You can't really just teleport away. You have to kind of choose one or the other. So he ends up chairing her, but getting rescued after half there was actually the best thing that could have happened to those survivors right there, because now Matador's able to escape where otherwise he wouldn't have been able to. So they after half rescue there, coming in super clutch right there, able to let the Matador escape. And because of that, we're going to see Dongchuan once again so close to that 3 kill right there, and not going to end up getting it. Or sorry, the 4 kill right there, and doesn't end up getting it, unfortunately. Really close though. Really close there. Great showing from Dongchuan overall. I think the Survivors also played that well, especially the Gravekeeper body blocking the dash right there, saving his Matador's life. It was really good there. Things got a little bit shaky after the teleport on the last Iron Machine, but Antiquarian just going to show why she's still such a strong survivor, especially against Opera Singer right there. A really patient one is just so nasty to go against. It's assuming you hit every single shot with your Antiquarian Cane, that is at least 30 seconds of no swinging. That is a lot of time spent not swinging. And there is a gigantic fly on my screen. Holy, that is a big fly. Oh my god, it's on my hand now. Anyway, Act is going to get away with only 1 escape, sadly. I mean, honestly, could have gone much worse. Could have gone much worse. You have to remember that they were in a 4-man kill position right there. So even though it is unfortunate that they do get 3 killed again by Dongchuan, it honestly could have, again, gone much worse right there. So right away, we're going to see the same scenario right here. FPX.ZQ going to start off with a 3 kill, while Act is going to start off with only a 1 escape. Due to 1 person escaping, they get 1 point, and due to FPX.ZQ's Hunter, Dongchuan, killing 3 people, his team gets 3 points. So, Act is going to need to do the same thing now. Can Act's Hunter match this result? It's going to be difficult. It's going to be difficult for sure. Definitely easier to do as a Hunter side to kill 3 people rather than as a survivor to escape with 3 people. So we'll see how things go. What is he going to go on top of that? Might he go the Opera Singer? Might he go the Go Man? Will he match Dongchuan with the Opera? Oh no, I think we might see a sub here. No, this is the survivor side. Okay, so FPX is going to sub out Snow for Stian. Not sure what he plays. He seems to be generally the utility survivor. I mean, who knows if these survivors it shows here is actually what he's going to play, what he's actually good with. People can put whatever they want in these sections, but just off of the picks here as his favorites. These are 2 super viable survivors in tournaments as well, so I think he's pretty genuine about these picks. Lucky Guy and Mechanic are definitely more utility picks, just more generic picks to try to get a tie for your team without spending a really good survivor. Mechanic can be a good survivor, but her win potential has just gone down significantly because of the bot nerfs, and now it's kind of let her on to be just mostly a tie character that is really good at punishing specifically Goatman and Ivy, and even Hula Baloo to a certain extent. Can be very annoying for those hunters to go against Mechanic. But Lucky Guy, again, although it doesn't really have a whole lot of power in the early game, can definitely get stronger as the game goes on. And even in the early game as a first chase, you know, picking an ability that the hunter cannot deal with well can definitely be game changing and definitely make your Kai a Taikai almost as long as someone who starts with 3 abilities that do not go so good against a Hunter, right? Just having one that does really well against Hunter could be as good as having 3 abilities that don't do good against a Hunter. So that is the utility of Lucky Guy. That is like the utility of Mechanic there. The Survivors with a lot of like potential, but you need to know how to unlock that potential. Know when is the right time to drop the bot, decode what cipher with the bot, leave the bot where on top of that. Every choice you make with them matters a lot. Lucky Guy, of course, matters a lot when you choose to open chests, especially with how slow he opens them now. Gotta make your choice carefully. Right here, we're gonna see the... Looks like they're getting ready into the lobby, I think. We're gonna see this bird. Is this bird a new meme? I've been seeing this bird a lot lately. Oh, stream buffering. Also, have you guys noticed that the production quality got better? All right, we are now streaming in 1080p, guys. 1080p, higher bit rates. Oh man, the things I do for you guys. All I had to do was log into Bilibili. And now you guys have a higher resolution. Look at how smooth the gameplay is. I bet you didn't even notice. But yeah, the game is a lot smoother now, higher quality. I can put it on the old quality and see if anyone notices. Oh, it looks like we're already starting. Okay. Does anyone see? Anyone see that it's a little bit more grainy? A little bit harder to see their faces? And then if we turn it on to 1080p, I don't know which one is the bitrate option anymore. Help? Can you tell? You can tell a little bit, right? All right. Anyway, though, we're going to be seeing the Insta Doctor pick. Doctor plus Meteorologist. A lot of potential for healing on this build. Going to make sure that they have the healing in the mid-game on lockdown here. Ensuring that anyone who gets damaged in the process of rescues will be quickly healed up for the mid-game to ensure that the Hunter has no easy half-health targets to chase. We saw it almost make a difference last game significantly, and honestly, it did make a really big difference. Able to snowball on the Lanternist. Lanternist quickly got chaired, then able to snowball onto the other half-health person, which was the Antiquarian. Although I will say Antiquarian did a great job surviving right there. Or was she full health? I don't even remember. But she did a great job surviving there either way. So it would have worked. It would have been great. He had the right idea, but Antiquarian did such a good job ensuring that she stays alive. All right, and we're going to see Mercenary as the third pick here. Interesting. Usually you might see Rescuers like the last pick. But instead we're going to see them as third pick. And now last Survivor Band is going to be Coordinator. He might end up going something like Opera Singer in that case. If he ends up going Coordinator here. This is not usually something you ban if you're going to go Goatman. And into this team comp, could Goatman be good? Goatman could be viable, especially with Mercenary on the team. Mercenary is just so much worse against Goatman than all the other Rescuers. Doctor's the only really scary one if you pick Goatman here. Everything else is definitely chaseable here, honestly. Mercenary even is chaseable too. I wonder if he will go Goatman here. Matador as well got banned. He's such a strong survivor, one of the strongest in the game, arguably the strongest. Even after his nerfs, Matador is still one of the strongest survivors in the game. They didn't really give any meaningful nerfs in this past update, and even if they actually did give meaningful nerfs, they wouldn't be right here in the tournament server since those changes are not in the tournament server. So those Doctor nerfs that came in, they are not here. Makes her completely unaffected by them. So big difference right here. And we're not going to see the Goatman. We're not going to see the Opera Singer. But we are going to see the Shadow. So that can be very scary. That can be very scary going against the Shadow here as well. I don't think it's as good as Goatman though. Is it? Is it better than Goatman to go Shadow here? I think he's just very familiar. We've seen ZZ9 go Shadow many times. But just off of the gameplay style of Shadow, I don't know if she's going to be as good as Goldman here, as Goldman would have been. Obviously, Goldman is probably just as bad against Doctor as Shadow is, so nothing really changes there. But with Shadow, Psychologist is a big threat now, because your whole game plan as Shadow is to try to get 100 on the your target, so you get one hit on them that way, and that can take a lot of time, depending on the area that they're taking you in. And then, of course, your second hit is you're relying on the blink for the second hit. So the fact that Psychologist has 3 hits to work with is going to make that extremely difficult for Shadow to chase her now. Meteorologist can still be doable, though. But Meteorologist... definitely the chaseable target here against Shadow. But even Mercenary is not going to be as good to chase here at any stage of the game. I mean, it is a big map. He is playing a high mobility hunter, so this could work out to his advantage. He's also running a hunt, and there are a lot of open spots on this map where there's just a lot of walking, so hunt can definitely help him catch up here as well. We'll see how it goes here. He could definitely pull a 3-man, maybe a 4-man with some good Shadow gameplay. No one is running Flywheel here. No one is running Flywheel, so that's definitely going to be a big help. As Shadow, honestly, that would have been good as Go-Man too, though. With no Flywheels, man, that would have been really good. But of course, he doesn't know how many Flywheels they're going to go. Alright, guys. Going to be going right into the second half of round 2. Going to see a very exotic Shadow pick here early on. ZZ9 is going to go straight with the Ghost towards middle. Very likely his main body, I mean, honestly, it really depends on your playstyle. Either you can teleport immediately, or you can remove your Ghost and just go up to the person next to your main body. But right here, he is just going to teleport with the Ghost. Going to try to get another scare off one more time with the Ghost, preferably. And this is kind of the strategy here with Shadow. You're trying to build up Eyeball until eventually you can knock them down with a Blink. So right here, you're going to try to get the first scare off here, hopefully, is going to be the goal here. Can he predict where she's looking? The hunt right now is helping a lot. Look at how much faster he's able to catch up. Thanks to the hunt right here. Does end up scaring her with the Ghost. Was successful with it. But now, not going to be able to get the second scare with the main body. She's going to run off with only 0 eyeball on her. Now he's going to need to blink her down. There's no other choice here. It is going to be faster to just attach the tombstone on her. So good thinking from ZZ9 right here. And now going to... I was expecting him to teleport there after she falls down, but interesting. So he ends up having to take the window vault. Maybe he's expecting the meteorologist to wait there, I guess, at the window, so he didn't want to waste any time. Anyway, right here we're gonna see finally she gets knocked down, and there you go. That's kind of like the game plan with Shadow. And now I guess at this point the end game plan is going to be to try to first kill this meteorologist, try to get to full presence. Do note that he's not running any insolence, which is a commonly run trait on Shadow to help you get your full presence. And that is like a big game changer, to not run insolence so that you don't have the ability of full presence. Running trump card instead, I wonder if this can be a great surprise factor. But I think his teammates already know that there's no insolence because they would have heard the bell already after the first hit. So I think they know he's not running insolence. They're going to expect something like... And that was an after-half rescue! Huge after-half rescue! This is going to make the mid-game a lot easier to catch up with for the Shadow now. Able to get a rescue after a half, that's just going to make it so much quicker now to get this meteorologist out of the game, give her less opportunity to use her abilities. Oh, she's already used everything. Never mind then. And knocks her down. Great situation right here from ZZ9. Knocks her down right after Tide Turner ends too, so she doesn't even get any like hit bonus out of it. And so there you go. That was great work on his end, and now he's going to have so much time now to do whatever he wants with it. First thing he's going to do with it is sit on a Cypher machine. So the first thing he's going to do is sit on a Cypher machine. Give me 1 second, guys. Alright, what happened? Okay. So, the psychologist is suddenly dead, and they're about to pop the last siren machine. So, I guess not a lot happened in the last 2 minutes. Okay, so this is also her first chair right here. And she does not have borrowed time here, so this can be pretty an awkward situation here in the end game. Mercenary is going to have to take this hit for her, even if she doesn't, though, take the hit. Or, sorry, even if she does take the hit and Mercenary doesn't take the hit for her, the Tide Turner should give enough time to just die wherever she wants and give his survivors, her survivors, enough time to deal with the tombstone. But no, he doesn't end up hitting the right survivor. But they're not popping the Cypher either. They should pop it pretty soon, I would say, no? Surprised he didn't pop it right there. I guess they were playing around the ghost trying to appear on top of the Cypher machine. But now the psychologist able to run away right here, preventing the 100 as well. Wow, that was huge right there. It doesn't end up hitting 100 right there. And now that's going to cause the Shadow to make some awkward decisions right here. The elbow pad going to be huge now. Able to get away with almost no eyeball now. The gate is 70 and the other one is well on its way. I mean, he's got no choice but to blink here. Knock down the Mercenary. Try to put him on chair here. He can still pull, I think, something off here. Oh, but the psychologist can't be leeched right now. He has to first deal with this Mercenary, and this Mercenary just also removed the tombstone on top of that, which is extremely annoying. So now there's nothing to actually teleport on with. Ooh, I think he's just going to have to prioritize killing her at this point. But can he, though? If she goes in a perfect straight line, which she does, she's going to escape here. And there's nothing that he can do about it. And he just left the Mercenary, too. Is he going to be fine here? Okay, he's already thought about it. Okay. Oh, did that tombstone just disappear? Oh my god, that tombstone just disappeared. If that disappeared even a second sooner, he would have no way to reach the Mercenary. He'd have to drag the ghost all the way back. Yeah, that tombstone literally just disappeared. Wow, what a crazy endgame right there. That could have been the difference between a 3-man right there, honestly. That was this close to the Mercenary not being able to escape right there. It was just the difference between getting that teleport off. So that was insane right there. Unfortunately, there's no like easy way to tell when a tombstone is going to disappear as Shadow. Except just like having a good idea, having a good mental note in your head of when it's going to disappear. But wow. You know what? You know what's crazy about that is that if Shadow got the same nerf in the tournament as she did in the global server, that tombstone would have been gone. That tombstone would have already disappeared because right now it takes 50 seconds in the regular server, but the nerf didn't go through. They didn't nerf it from 60 to 50 in the tournament server, so that stayed up for those extra 10 seconds. That was the difference maker right there. So I think that nerf makes a little bit more sense than I think about it. They're also nerfing the teleport time of the tombstone from 43 to 47 seconds. So that basically just means that combined with the fact that tombstones disappear after 50 seconds and that you only have 3 seconds in between to teleport to a tombstone, that basically means you're only ever going to get like 1 teleport out of a tombstone most of the time. And just like that, guys, we're going to see FPX.ZQ right here get away with the 2 kill and help their team finally get ahead in round 2. Axe Hunter ZZ9 unfortunately not going to be able to match Dongxuan's 3 kill right there, and as a result they're going to fall behind. But can they catch up in round 3? It's just 1 point behind, so they can definitely still catch up. Or is it 2 points behind? It's 2 points behind actually, but that can be made up for with just a single like difference in 1 kill or 1 escape. So yeah, going to be a 9-7 situation or a 7-9 situation depending on how you want to think about it. Act is going to have 7 points in FPX.ZQ going to have 9. So the question is now, can they close it out? Can they make sure that they win this round? Who knows, really? In the meantime, though, we can talk a little bit about the current standings right now in the tournament. If we take a look right now, oh, never mind, there's highlights. So right here, we're going to see Dongxuan doing a first chase against the Gravekeeper. He played really well with these pallets, by the way. There were so many times where Dongxuan swung at the pallet, and he did not drop it early. And so that definitely helped the kite out a lot. What a great mind game, though, on the Lanternist there. I think it was just rescuing at like without tide there on the Gravekeeper. It didn't really make much sense there, unfortunately. Definitely might have cost them the 3 call. Also, canceling the Cloud with the Ghost, by the way. Didn't even mention that when it was happening. That was very good from ZZ9 because that Cloud gives a lot of speed. So canceling it is very important. Even if it's not flying over anything, it gives a lot of speed. So scaring cancels in, that's very important. And of course, Psychologist running in the straight line here was super important. I wonder if her build had Escape on, because Escape gives you a movement speed buff when the gates are active. You technically don't need it. Like, you can still escape just running in a straight line. But the extra movement speed you get when the exit gates are active guarantees that you don't die to the full presence of Shadow without, like, hoping that you're completely perfect with your joystick. I wonder if she ran it a little bit, because usually you escape with 99, not to 98. But I mean, I've also escaped sometimes with 98, so I guess it really depends. Anyway, taking a look at the standings right now, we're going to have GR be first place still. So last time I talked about the standings, GR was first place, and they are still first place, leading the leaderboard with 9 wins and 3 losses. Pretty good stuff, pretty good stuff. GG is going to be the second place team with 8 wins and 4 losses. FPX.ZQ is third place with 7 wins and 4 losses, so 1 win behind GG. So this is what we're watching right now. We're going to be seeing FPX.ZQ right here. Can they get another win under their belt? I don't know if they would get second place off of it. I don't know how they decide ties in terms of wins and losses, but they definitely will be matching GG. So those are your top 3. GR, GG, and FPX.ZQ are going to be in the top 3, and we are watching them play one of them right now. Act is 7th place, 7 out of 10 teams that is. So 10 teams playing right now, and Act is 7th. So right here with 5 wins and 6 losses. So they have lost more than they won, of course. No matter what, there's going to be more losers, or there's going to be as many winners as losers. Wolves, though, is actually above Act, has an extra loss, the same amount of wins, 5 wins, 7 losses, but they are actually a placement ahead. Now, unfortunately, everything's in Chinese, so I don't know why, but they are ahead of Act. And TE, dude, TE is 8th place, man. Not doing too hot in this tournament. Did great in Koa. Not going so well for them in this tournament. Yeah, there's the bird again, bro. What is this orange bird? Can someone explain? Damn, bro. This music is a banger. I want to turn it up. That's how good this music is. Hi everyone, just woke up in Poland. Oh no. Jamming. Oh no, it's bad when people are waking up on normal sleep schedules. Welcome though, appreciate you being here. No Miki. Miki doing something, I don't know what. He just disappeared. All right, I'm gonna be going into the first half of game 3 now. If FPX.ZQ can get a round 1 in this matchup, they will end up winning it entirely and get an extra win under their belt. Act, though, just needs 1 escape more or 1 kill more than their opponent. They can tie this right back up, though. So it really still is anyone's game. Let's see what they ban. They're going to ban Qist and Goatman right here and leave up the Hula Baloo. So I wonder if Dongxuan is going to go Hula Baloo here, or are we going to see him go something like Dream Witch? One of the worst maps for Dream Witch, just because it is a lot harder for keeping leeches in place. There's more places the survivor can like lead a leech away because of the large area of the map. But on the other hand, some people actually like playing Dream Witch on Moonlit. It is easier to guard the choke points, I will say. If you're playing at Moonlit as Dream Witch, it is easier to just leave one leech on, like, let's say the bridge, and you're just guarding the entire bridge now. The whole place that they could walk through is just being guarded by that one leech. So it could get some insane value there. Music turned down, Rip. Yeah, no more music. Oh, and to make up for the fact that they might see Dream Witch, they are going to go with a Barmaid. One of the best counters to Dream Witch is going to be Barmaid. She's able to run while the leeches are trying to follow her, and by the time she gets blinked on or patrollered on, she can already heal up. And the best part about it is that she can pretty much eat like her own leech for free. At no cost, pretty much. Just always keep running into the leech that she got leeched with, and even if it disappears, it's fine. Usually the Dream Witch's plan at that point is, if a survivor forces that, to just hit them with a tray like Patroller or Blink. But Barmaid here is going to be able to take an extra hit over that, so that is what makes her such a good counter to Dream Witch. She's not going to go down in that like sandwich early game, followed up by the reliance on Blink and Patroller. So similar to Shadow, very similar to the way Shadow plays, where Shadow is very reliant on getting 100 and then relying on the Blink on the trade for the last hit, and then start like snowballing with chairs after that. Dream Witch is a very similar play style. Can be difficult to get your first kill, but once you get your leeches online, you can definitely start catching up quite quick. And we're gonna see Dongxuan go Gamekeeper here. Such a rare pick that his picture doesn't even show up on frame. Oh, production is changing it as we speak. Still a little bit off though. I would make that a little bit smaller and adjust it a bit more, but good enough. At least now you can see the hunter's face. What an improvement. Thank you, production. Yes, there you guys go. Beautiful work from production. Gamekeeper is such a commonly used hunter that he wasn't even centered on the picture. All right, now the question is, where is he gonna spawn? Love to see some Gamekeeper here. Definitely miss just like the classic good old chase hunters that are just a classic like 1v1 experience. Not too ridiculously strong, but don't have like insane map teleporting abilities either. Definitely is going to take more awareness about where you're standing as the hunter. Otherwise, in just a moment, you could end up having survivors way further away from you, and unlike Opera, unlike Shadow, if you don't catch on quickly to where they're going, they could end up being very far from you. It could take you a while to catch up to them at that point. Anyway, Gamekeeper does have mobility technically, but it's not amazing compared to like the top tiers. Still though, very good hunter on Moonlit. His hook can go through over a lot of obstacles, so let's see how he does. In the meantime though, going to be seeing the Warp on Gamekeeper, very classic trait to run on him nowadays. Flywheel, flywheel, flywheel. Only flywheels. Not going to be amazing against Gamekeeper, but not the worst thing either. It's going to force a lot of mind games, which mind games, of course, is not the greatest thing to play. But it's better than nothing. But I would definitely say Breckonos is better. He's going to be better here against Gamekeeper, because your whole game plan is to try to... Oh, I forgot to swap the screen. Your whole game plan right here is to try to... Your whole game plan here is to try to get behind tall walls here as often as possible so that you don't get hooked. So yeah, we do see a Gamekeeper right here and some rest of the survivors, and nobody cares, let's be honest. Alright, so now we're going to be seeing the Gamekeeper go straight for first stop. One of the best places you can chase as Gamekeeper. Gonna block off the roller coaster here, make it hard to get onto. And instead, we are going to see the meteorologist go to a different area entirely. Just going to sacrifice the cloud just to get away. Wow, look at how much distance that cloud got. Honestly, I never realized how much distance just the cloud can give you. Wow, that was really good. She timed that perfectly, making sure that she doesn't get hooked first. But this is kind of where the trouble starts with Gamekeeper, where he kind of has you in this trap area. Great win, though. Once again, great use of the abilities from the meteorologist right here. Dongxuan now has her in a pretty good spot, though. Even if he misses this hook, he'll be able to grab onto the wall and then get a second hit. But what a great flywheel fall by a win. Dongxuan not being patient on that at all, and it's going to give a lot of value. Forces a warp out, and that's going to be the first hit that he's going to get. But the ciphers are already quite a bit. He has another hook ready. He just needs to land it, and the I'm sorry, what? Could someone explain what the hell just happened, bro? I'm sorry, bro. I don't mean to laugh, but what the hell was that? And we're gonna see the coordinator take a hit here, so technically the kite is longer, right? Great hook right here from Dongxuan, making sure that... Oh, look at the patience here. Oops! Okay, well, it's fine. He can't really hide behind the pallets, so it will still get the hit off there. That was a little bit funny, though. Miss gun followed by a miss hook. Guys, welcome to IVL. Well, I mean, hooks misses happen all the time. Cord gun misses. Welcome to IVL cord. It might be the first one. Who knows? We're going to see Dongxuan right here. I think that's just a normal pallet breaking speed right there. I wasn't really paying attention, but that was pretty slow. Can you still trap off this doorway with just a trap? Because they did nerf this place. Ooh, Mercy's just going to go for it. Oh, but does not get the hook off on him. That's going to be huge. Not getting any damage on the rescuer. Wait, why is the rescuer standing so close, though? Okay, listen, I have no idea what Axe teammates are doing this game. Usually I'd have like a good explanation to tell you guys, but the cord gun, I mean, I'm speechless. I literally laughed. Mercenary literally could have walked away to first stop after the rescue. He's going sideways, elbow pads away, and then elbow pads into the direction of a trap so he couldn't escape either. I mean, guys, we didn't even need that elbow pad to begin with. He could have just walked away. I don't know what is happening this match. That was such a clean rescue right there. And got basically no value out of it. As a result, oh, does he get hooked here? Okay, no hook on him. Are they just going to sell here? They might just sell here. Dongxuan using the maximum range of his hook now. Very important that he keeps this hook up. He needs it to use as mobility here. One of the benefits of one of the many buffs that Gamekeeper got is this ability to have this very good mobility here. Ability to have good mobility, guys. Say that 10 times fast. And Gamekeeper right here is able to quickly move around the map as much as possible. Dongxuan trying to go as quickly around the map as possible. Can he keep this hook up? Nice, he does keep the hook up, so he technically still has it up, but he teleported on no one. No one was on the cipher. He was predicting someone to be on the cipher. No one ended up being here. I think he should just let this hook die at this point. It's kind of slowing him down, honestly. He's not going to really be able to keep it up that long. I mean, he's still choosing to use it, though. I guess it does give him options at the end of the day. It does technically give him options. He doesn't have to go after the whoever that was just now. Now he's going to go after the mercenary. This is exactly who he wants to chase. Just one hook and he's going to be dead here. And also he's used a lot of abilities already. Ooh, that was almost good, but Dongxuan barely going to hit the wall right there. Ooh, again, not hitting it. So close. Ooh, and the power is blocking him. Oh my goodness, and he doesn't get it. Wait, what? What just happened? He just disappeared backwards. He went forwards and then backwards. How is that not a stun? Okay, listen. What just happened, dog? Did I like blink? Did I blink in real life? What happened? All right. Anyway, Gamekeeper hook is very confusing sometimes. Mercenary confusing me even more in the earlier game, and in the coordinator most of a lot of confusing things happening in this game. Not even science can explain it. Top 10 things I'm a scientist still can't answer. And right here we're gonna see Barmaid using the flywheel immediately. Okay. Don't know why. She would have made it regardless. Even if he hit right there. And now we're gonna see, I mean, I guess to play around like warp. I don't really know. I don't know if he still had warp up. Would he really spend the teleport up in that situation? All right, Not even gonna go for the barmaid now. Ooh, baiting the pop? She's running borrowed time. She's running borrowed time. I think Dongxuan just baited the pop essentially right there. Making it seem like he's going after the mercenary, and really he's not. Going straight after the barmaid as soon as he walked a little bit in the mercenary's direction. Baited the pop that way. Made them pop a little bit too early, and now he's actually in a really nice position right here. Is it guaranteed? No, not by any means. But this is looking pretty dang good for him right now. I mean, it's still going to be up to Allah right here. He needs to trap off this gate. Oh my. Oh my. Is even the trap on the right going to work? Does that trap also protect it? Mercenary's going to get off the gate ahead of time right now. And now we're going to see the mercenary end up having to take this kite. Look at these hooks here. That is insane hook work right here from Dongxuan. Oh, commentator's curse. Sorry about that, Dongxuan. And right here, he is going to just have to deal with these pallets. As long as this mercenary just kites well. And right here, what? Okay, well, whatever. He does manage to get the second hook out now. And gets hit over the pallet, so now it's just going to take him longer to walk around it and pick him up. He also made sure to use this pallet away from the Rocketers. He wanted to use the pallet that is good enough to keep him alive, but also still further away from the Rocketeer than those other two pallets. Because the other two pallets are safer, but they're closer to the Rocketeer, so it might give his teammates less time to escape. But no need. That is more than enough for his teammates to escape. And just like that, they pull off the tie victory against Dongxuan. Not an easy feat to do at all. So good work right there from Axe Survivors. Finally able to get that tie off against Dongxuan. Really good work right there from them. Finally going to see a tie against one of the best hunters in the game right now. And honestly, of all time, maybe even potentially. So we are going to now see a tie position. So that opens up Axe Hunter. So now if Axe can get a 3-man, a 3-kill, I should say, killing 3 people, then that's going to allow his team to tie up the points and go into our round 4, which is definitely something they would be interested in. Something like that would definitely allow them to have a chance of still winning, but only if they can get a 3-kill or better. And he already used Shadow on top of that. So Shadow, one of the hunters that are going to be better on the big maps. Now there's going to be less options to use. I mean, I guess he did use the Shadow early in the round, so only Shadow is banned. But now we're going to end up seeing like other stuff be banned, like 2 that are stronger than Shadow, arguably, like Goatman, like Hulabaloo. Opera Singer is still up, but this is definitely not Opera's best map. Nowhere close to that. Even Lakeside would have been better here than Moonlit. Just not a whole lot of stuff to dash on. A lot of open gaps on the map, unfortunately. Mercer could have sat on the coaster. Well, no, the reason he didn't want to sit on the coaster is because Dongxuan would have easily hooked towards second stop, and then Mercenary would have been in the middle of the map, much closer to the gate that his teammates are trying to escape from. The whole reason he was kiting in the corners to make it so that when he finally goes down, his teammates don't get chased. Because you saw that by the time that Mercy went down, because honestly, he probably would have kited just as long as using those pallets. I mean, granted, it was very lucky that Dongxuan missed that last hook right there. But I think the coaster would have been less time, because he would just very easily catch up with hooks, especially like Dongxuan. I'm sure Dongxuan has trained for how to go from first stop to second stop with hooks, right? So the only real way that maybe they can still tie is if it's going to third stop, but then that's even scarier, because then what if he kills the mercenary still and they still don't have the gate open, and now the mercenary's even closer to the gate. So it's a very dangerous situation to be in, to go for the coaster, because you have to keep in mind that whatever time the survivors needed to escape, they might need the time that the hunter spends walking to the gate too. So if your kite's not going to be long enough, or you don't think it's going to be long enough, you have to rely on the rest of the time being up to the hunter having to walk, because that's one of the benefits of Moonlit, that your gates are so far apart that once hunter commits to a teleport, there's almost no way they're reaching the other gate. The only way is if the hunter follows the survivor and the survivor leads them to the other gate, right? And that's the only real way to do that, is kind of with roller coaster. So the roller coaster is almost helping the hunter in that position. So it's a little bit dangerous. I see where you're going with that. If he had like elbow pads available, right? Let's say he had one elbow pad available, and then maybe like the moonlit buffs came into the map. So there was those spring boxes that are right now on the bridge. Though, by the way, those things are huge. They are so helpful. Just going across the map. I mean, if you get a path stone now next to like the broken carousel, oh my god, you just automatically take it and just like boom. Screw up, don't I did that today. And it was just such a good feeling. Following that up with like after a Paliston is huge, and then it gives you access to like the best part of the map. My goodness, that was such a great buff to Moonlit for the survivors. Did the survivors really need it though? Because ever since they removed the railings on first stop and fourth stop, it's made it so much easier to loop those areas now. Because the thing about those areas is that you didn't use them as like places to kite the hunter. You use them as places where the hunter couldn't use their ability. Right? And now that there's holes on the drop downs, it's even easier to do that. Because before the only way you could do that was going like up and down the staircases of first stop and fourth stop, or like going around it, right? Which made it harder to like cut off tighter corners to prevent the hunter from catching up to you as easily with abilities. Like you saw that the mercenary was able to drop down, then go up the next staircase. Like it really slowed down the gamekeeper there, having to go around the fourth stop there. That's why the mercenary didn't take the coaster. Because anyway, for fourth stop is great. Or first stop, sorry. First stop is, I mean, same with fourth stop though. They're both really good at slowing the hunter just by going in a circle around it. And that's why we saw him use it. It's just really good in that situation. Alright guys, we're going to be going into the next match right here. Second half. If ZZ9 can get a win here, then they do tie up this match and go into a round 4. But that is the question. Can they actually get it off? We're going to see ZZ9 ban forward, ban the archer, ban both harassers that are probably the biggest threats for him right now. Survivors are going to ban Goldman, and they are going to ban Hullabaloo. That Hullabaloo ban opens up the potential for a Wildling, since Hullabaloo is like really the only hunter besides Gamekeeper, which maybe we'll see as well, besides Gamekeeper that can get Wildling off his pig immediately. So, makes sense that we see the Wildling, the Hullabaloo ban. If you're going to go Wildling, you're just going to go ahead and pick it right away. We're going to also see the Seer, Matador, man, these are some very tough survivors to deal with. He banned the Lanternist, and I mean, what? Pick your poison, man. It's either Lanternist or Matador. Jesus. I mean, maybe Matador is even worse than Lanternist, but it really depends on the hunter you're going to go. Matador's just so good against every hunter, though. And Perfumer as the last pick. What hunter does ZZ9 play that I'm not thinking of? Because this is definitely a target pick. Perfumer is not really a survivor that's good to use nowadays. There's so many hunters that counter her on like the third and fourth pages of the book. All the newer hunters in this game are pretty good at countering Perfumer. So what else does ZZ9 play that they're going to go Perfumer for? I wonder. Yeah, Perfumer is such a fun survivor to play. I do miss the Perfumer meta. Qist? Qist? Perfumer doesn't really make sense into Qist. They're trying to pick something else here. I wonder what else ZZ9 plays. But he definitely could go Qist. Qist wouldn't be bad here at all, honestly. Could definitely slow down this game, give him the mobility he needs around the Moonlit, the big map, over the rivers as well. Most hunters can't go over the river like that. Yeah, very interesting team comp here. Wildling and Perfumer are the main two interesting ones. Obviously, Seer and Matador are some of the best survivors in the game. You don't see Wildling so much, though, nowadays. I still think he's very good. I think a lot of people underrate him. And yeah, Qist right here going to finally get picked. I guess it was a pretty logical option. Not a whole lot of options you could go. Yeah, that's kind of the problem of going Shadow here. I mean, maybe the Shadow could have been picked on purpose to leave him open for Qist round 3. Could be. You're so smart, yeah. You are so smart. Alright. And we're gonna see an interesting spawn layout right here. Not spawning anyone at first stop here. The first stop cipher is pretty easy to block if the hunter spawns right there where he's spawning right now. So this could open up the wildling to do a different cipher machine without taking so long to walk to it. Interesting, they spawned the seer on the bridge on top of that. I wonder why. Maybe because there's like a lot of good windows there. Maybe get a window boost off of it. It would be very good against QS if that's what they're thinking about. Any Sarai with window boost just automatically can get rid of the QS first instance of getting out of the ball. And let's see what he has. He has broken windows. Okay, he has also flywheel, but he's got broken windows. Which is, I think, the main logic of putting him there. Really, any window forcing QS to walk around and you have broken windows on is going to be huge. Especially because QS can't really vault them easily. It takes a long time for him to vault, even with the faster speed up. And then the boost on top of that is just going to make it basically guarantee that you get away from his boost without him able to get a hit on you. Going to force him to get in another ball and so on and so forth. So it makes sense. And then put wildling in like a more dangerous area. Ironically enough, the bridge is actually safer than like the whole rest of the right side of the map because there's a lack of windows. So honestly, it makes sense right there. Though it might lead to the wildling having a harder time walking to the chairs. He might have to leave his cipher a little bit sooner due to the large scale of the map. Anyway, we're gonna see right here ZZ9 go right in the direction of the seer. It looks like seer gonna spawn over here on this side of the map. Unfortunately for the survivors, he's not really gonna have a lot to use here except this pallet. He did pre-drop this pallet, I'm guessing to give himself a boost for later potentially. QS is going to immediately break this pallet, not going to give the seer the chance to use it. And look at that. Look at that. What a nice transition he just did right there. Did he already use his window boost? No, he didn't. Oh, he did use his window boost. So no boost for him right there. And now going to just stall it out with the owl. This is definitely going to get out all his speed up with the ball. And it's going to force the QS to go back into one more ball here. And I think he's just walking away from the seer right here so he doesn't gain more owl. You can see in the top, in the bottom left. All right there, he does try to flywheel the blink. Not successful at it though. And now the QS has his suck ball up. This is kind of the whole strategy of QS is you just blink and then after that they're just dead to a suck ball. Not a great suck ball right there. Ends up missing a little bit, but actually works out and actually works out better that way because now he doesn't waste time going in the suck ball. So that way able to more quickly knock him down. And seer is actually even going to go in the basement here. No borrow time. I mean, the kite was pretty good. Perfumer and someone else is able to pop their cipher. Unfortunately, wildling is a little bit behind because of the fact that the QS went over the bridge cipher. And on top of that, it got blocked off with the connection. So it slowed down the decoding there. Probably not the best idea to do that cipher in this situation. But either way, he did it, and now it's at 54, 55, and does get a pretty successful rescue out, but the suck ball is so detrimental. He's going to get a no recovery hit. No hit at all? Okay, now he finally gets the hit off, but that's going to take away precious time. Is he going to go after the wildling? No way. Really? Really, he's going to go after the wildling. Okay, so not going to go after the seer anymore. Gonna take the wildling in basements. Okay, I see it. I see it. You see how powerful that suck ball is on the rescue. Had he gotten that no recovery hit, he could have hit that wildling with no recovery and then immediately got after the seer. But unfortunately, he was a little bit too late on both the hits. Oh my god, what a great, amazing perfume right there. Great work from the perfumer right here. And that's gonna give wildling just enough time now to get on the pig, but the suck ball is blocking. Okay, he has to eat the suck ball for his teammate here so that she can escape. And now, same thing here. The wildling is going to go back in basement now. QS is going to make sure to block off the cipher machine first, though. Slowly start regressing it. You need to take advantage of QS regression abilities before the first survivor dies because it is nerfed after the first survivor dies, especially in the current game right now. The tournament server still is 12%. Per each regression. In the current game right now, though, it's 9%. So they nerfed it even more. But even in the tournament server, it is not as powerful as when it once was by default. So right here, we are going to see him swap now from the Wildling. Very interesting here. Qus, I guess, does have the ability to play a bit more aggressive, play a bit differently, not have to be forced to chase the same survivor. And a very unfortunate, it even froze on the frame right there. Very unfortunately timed swing right there. Ends up getting the owl block there. And oh my goodness, what a nasty suck ball right there. Nasty as in an awful suck ball. Not good at all. Not blocking anything there. Relying on him dropping the paladin. And thankfully for the Qs, he did end up dropping the pal. But I don't think he's going to be able to secure this. I mean, the Cypher did just regress. He's going to just have to beeline it straight for the Cypher and just let go of the Seer. Otherwise, it's going to be over. He needs to stop that Cypher machine. He's got no other choice. Putting a suck ball on it. Okay. Leading the Perfumer away, and now they're just going to swap. Perfumer ate the suck ball on purpose so that Matador can just more quickly deal with the Cypher machine. Needs to not get Terror Shocked right now. Okay, she does not get Terror Shocked, but the Seer has no borrowed time. They need this hit. They need this body block, and they got it. Perfumer runs off. Can the Seer kite long enough for his teammates right now? ZZ9 needs to get a 3-kill here, keep in mind. How is he going to get a 3-kill here when the gate is already being done across the map? Wildling is working on it as we speak. His teammate is probably already on the way there, and Matador is, of course, slowly making his way there as well. That's going to be it, guys. FPX.ZQ is going to make it and win this matchup. Act, gonna cherry the last survivor right here. Lin even gonna go for the dungeon escape for BM. Yeah. I mean, I see the basement vision there, but he didn't end up committing to it, sadly, with the Wildling. Like, at that point, once you're committing, I almost wonder, like, do you just stay committed? Because, I mean, going after the Seer there is rough. Going after the Seer is rough. But maybe there's potential there. The fact that he had no borrowed time there could have been a difference maker. That could have been a difference maker, but at the end of the day, you still need a 3-kill. And that Seer's kite made that so difficult. No matter what you do. You do basement, you go for someone else, you go for Wildling. If you go for Wildling to basement, then now Wildling gets on his pick. I mean, it's going to be difficult there no matter what. It was just such a good kite from the Seer in the early game. Using his window boost, dropping up the pallet, and the Qs broke that pallet. And then amazing transition from the Seer right there. Going to the 2 windows, a very good route there. I will sometimes even use that as well if I'm in the position. If the Hunter breaks the pallet from exactly that side, when you're exactly on that corner of the wall, you can actually make that window that way and actually force the Qs to go back in his ball right there. And, you know, it got an owl out, but then that owl lets him being in a very good area. And ZZ9 right there, not able to get his insolence online, has to stall the owl. Finally blinked him down there, but it was still a very strong kite right there. We are going to finally see FPX.ZQ get the win off. Congratulations to FPX.ZQ, guys. Thank you so much for watching this section of the live stream. We are going to be moving on to the second matchup now, which is going to be GR versus GW. By the way, GR is the first place team right now in the tournament, so there's going to be some very exciting stuff. And they're going to be going against GW, who is currently number 10 in the ranking. So first place versus 10th place. Well, that is literally the lowest you can possibly be. So who's going to win, guys? Cast your votes down below. Let me know who you think is going to win. But in the meantime, though, guys, we're going to take a short break. Thank you guys so much for watching. We will be back in around, I'd say, 20 minutes for our next matchup today. So stay tuned, and I'll see you guys in a bit. Yo, what's going on, everybody? This is Aki here, and today we'll be coming back to you guys with the next matchup of IVL. Today we're going to be covering the next matchup, which is going to be GW versus GR, two of one of the best Survivor teams out there, of course, as well as Hunters. But right now, in terms of the standings, we have GW is currently in the last place on the leaderboards, and GR is actually going to be first place on the leaderboard. So we saw this before with Dow5, and I think forgot who it was. I think it was Weibo Gaming, or was it some other team? I think it was Dow5 versus GR. We saw Dow5 go against GR, the first place team, versus the current last place team at that time, and Dow5 actually did end up winning there. So it really goes to show that the rankings don't matter that much. Anyone can still win it. But right now, GR is currently the most consistent at winning their matches. And so we're going to see what ends up happening here. They do have one of the strongest Hunters right now, one of the newer Hunters that is being talked about a lot, and that is going to be Jin. So Jin is one of the Hunters we see on GR, playing a lot of matches for their team, playing I think every round, in fact. And he is very good at playing Hunter, I will give him that. One of the newer names coming out there, I'd say. Maybe he's been around for a while, but this is like the first time I'm really paying attention to his debut. Anyway, we're going to be going into very soon the first round of the first half of the first round. We're going to have Jin hunt first. It's going to be GR hunting first, and it's going to be GW surviving first. So let's see how it goes. We're going to be going right into the bans already. Going to be seeing Jin right here on the right side banning Archer and Antiquarian, two very strong harassers. First map is going to be Lakeside. And first Officer and Enchanters are going to be their first two picks. They're pretty certain about this, picking their Rescuer first here. So they really want to make sure they grab this Enchantress and grab this first Officer without Jin banning them. Puppeteer is going to be the third ban. Pretty general stuff right here. Puppeteer is just a great survivor going against stuff like Goatman, stuff like Shadow, even something like Opera Singer. Mostly Goatman, I would say. Mostly Goatman is the main thing you got to watch out for as a survivor in the early rounds. You got to make sure all your survivors are well equipped to deal with Goatman. So that's the idea of banning Puppeteer, and that's also the idea of picking Enchantress and Aeroplanes, is that they are great counters to something like Goatman. Very important right here in the early rounds, round one. Gonna be waiting on this fourth ban though. I was thinking about it quite a while, and Psychologist is gonna be the last ban. Interesting. Okay, Psychologist. And in response, we're going to see the survivor have to pick their own, and it's going to be Matador. Interesting. We usually don't see Matador this early. In round one already, seeing a Matador. Usually we tend to see Matador be saved for the later rounds. That's a very powerful survivor now that Jin is not going to have to ban in the later rounds now. Not going to have to worry about it. Able to save his bans for other more powerful things. So first Officer Matador, definitely really nice here to get out here, so that in round 2 and in potentially around 3 he doesn't have to ban them anymore. Remember, you cannot repeat survivors in tournaments, so the fact that he just can completely avoid it after this round, even though they'll be devastating in round 1, they're going to be nice that he doesn't have to like ban them anymore after this. Because something like Archer Antiquarian, which is what he banned right now, well, he'll have to keep banning them forever if he wants to make sure the survivor team never plays them. And Opera Singer is going to be his pick. Interesting. We usually don't see Opera round 1 either. But instead, we're going to see GW right here. Pick Matador. Very nice, actually, here against Opera Singer. I think it's actually going to work quite well here. She's one of the more difficult hunters to try to kill Matador with, just because she does rely on getting up close to the survivor. You can definitely get a little bit unlucky with the Opera Singer hitting you right as you try to dash into her, but I think overall Matador here is going to be very good against Opera Singer, especially with that secondary ability. It's just like make her vault any window you want. As the slowest window vaulter in this game, that's going to be huge to get Opera Singer to vault any window you want, especially one where you vault away from her. Sorry, I'm drinking my tea. Alright. Let's see also the builds here. Okay, so the builds play a big part in tournaments as well. We don't see as many borrowed times here, mainly because of the fact that you might, A, be picking like weaker survivors. So something like Airplane probably needs it more. But B, you also want to have the ability that whoever kites here, let's say a tie turner, a person with tie turner kites here, that they actually stay alive here and give your team a long enough kite for a tie. What we see a lot right now in China is we see a lot of people run tie turner on 3 of their characters, and then of course the rescuer runs tie turner, and then they put tie turner on the other 2 people, and then put a kiting ability with them. So really, most of the time we see only 2 borrowed times, just because of the fact that you want your people with tie turner to have high survivability. First officer is for sure going to survive here, so you don't give him any kiting ability, but something like Airplane, something like Matador could be in some trouble if they get chased with tie turners. So having 3 people with tie turner ensures that no matter who gets chased, they have 2 tie turners in total, even if one of the tides get chased. All right, here we're gonna see Jin going straight for Big Bo right now, chasing into Big Bo. Doesn't find anyone at the bottom though. Doesn't see any footprints. Ooh, did the Airplane use an ability early right here? No, that was the Matador. And Airplane is going to take a pretty early first hit. The 3rd cipher hasn't even been chosen yet. Going to go up this ramp right here. It's the best that Jin can do. There's nothing to dash on this ramp. So right here, just dashing right onto it is going to be the fastest way to catch up. And oh, the shadow dance right here is going to cause him to quickly get caught up to. He has to use an ability right here just to get away from her. And gonna opt to leave the pallet area? Interesting. So he's just gonna end up taking a hit here, most likely. Oh no, but he gets away. Oh, does he get sucked through with the warp? Okay. Okay, nice. I mean, he does get the warp out. He does get the warp out, but all things considered, it's a pretty good chase for Jin, and the basement is here as well. He has a lot of choices right now. This basement being on the edge of the map means that he really could just let go of the basement and go pressure somewhere else in the middle of the map or on the sides of the map. And if someone goes to rescue, because of how far out of the way it is, he knows he'll always be able to make it back to the basement without anyone like sneaking past him. I mean, right here, there's only like really 2 places someone could rescue from, on the left and on the right. He's still gonna end up, they're still gonna end up going for the rescue right here. First officer does not hit the 2nd pocket watch use. Does he get double hit here? He does not get double hit here. Great use of the pocket watch right here. Does he still get hit though? Nope. No hit right here. Jin ends up gonna end up going right here for the Airplane. Airplane is gonna go all the way in the corner here. Jin gonna try to hit him for full presence right here. The full presence is gonna matter a lot for opportunity. It's just gonna make more possibilities to dash to different places, and that way now Jin will be able to. Oh, and look at here, right? No pallet right here. So that's how you know that this is without the map changes and without the persona changes and without like the character nerfs and buffs. So there you guys go. Could definitely help out right here. No ramp, no pallet here. Definitely sucks that there's nothing to kite with. Man, I am so glad that they changed this area, because look at this. Look at this. It's such a sad area right now. Matador right here, using his ability, doesn't get anything out of it. Now he's on a pretty decently long cooldown. But Airplane is going to purposely run into the opera singer here, just to force him to chase him. And this way now Jin has no choice but to chase the Airplane, or else risk losing him and not going to be able to get the double hit on the Matador as a result. We're now going to see the Airplane kite away, just trying to die away from the cypher machines. But this is not a great situation to be in as a survivor, just because of the fact that they have not even started a 5th cypher machine. 2 people injured as well. This is not a good situation to be in at all. We're going to see the immediate teleport. Matador got off the cypher, but it's a little bit too late. He's immediately getting chased. And I don't think there's going to be much of a kite here. Let's see what he can do with his abilities here, though. He's got this first one, being very patient with it, forcing Jin to break it without even having to do anything. And now he's going to try to use this other ability. Oop. Let's see. Is he going to go for it? Is he going to go for it? Okay, he goes for it right there. Going straight for the pallet. What is he going to do? Is he going to finally drop that ability? He does finally drop it. And man, Matador is such an annoying survivor to deal with. Even with just 2 abilities. These 2 abilities are lasting so long right here. And he gets another one. Oh, but he wastes it. It wasn't good. He ends up getting hit while trying to use it. Unfortunately for him, that really does hurt. I mean, it does still help him gain his next ability, though. You can see that his secondary is charged up over halfway, even though he literally just used it, which is kind of crazy to think about. Jin right here going to go straight for a Big Boat. Big Boat is right next to the Cypher machine. Well, Big Boat is right next to the chair, I mean, so it's pretty easy to just chair the first officer. He does end up hitting the first officer. Ends up kind of seeing his outline. He saw his outline went to the right a little bit right there, so guessed that he went right, and he was correct. He didn't change his direction. And just like that, now Jin able to get a huge hit on the first officer. Oh, and then changes attack, resetting attack recovery right here. This is gonna be certainly a 3-man at this point, I would say. 2 people downed, 1 person have health. I mean, he's just gonna... Ooh, but first officer dropped down. So, what a smart move right here from the first officer. Now Jin has to kind of make a choice. Yeah, that was actually really smart from him. I mean, given how bad the situation is, that was like the smartest move he's made so far. But this way it kind of forces the opportunity to make a choice. Do you go after the first officer, or do you go after the Enchantress? Now he's not able to carry the first officer to the Enchantress. That's the idea there. Now forcing the Enchantress to be in chair, but 2 people at half health with Opera Singer able to go backwards anytime she wants. Ooh, so close there. Wait, is he still going to kill him? Oh my god, he was so close to killing him. Good tech right there from Jin. Able to swing in the direction without looking in that direction. That's something you can do as Hunter. Able to swing in that direction without actually having to look there. Oh, and the first officer trying to go for the half health rescue. This is what makes going for half health rescues against Opera so dangerous. You just step a little bit too close and you just immediately die. And there's almost nothing you can do about it. And now, I don't think there's any way for the Cyrus to break free from this situation. Jin sees the Shack Pile, gonna get rid of it, breaking it out of the way pretty early on. And now the Matador has not much to do but to wait for his next ability. I mean, he is getting a lot of it. Look how fast he recharges. It is honestly insane. So he's got 1 more. Able to take down Jin with another one. Damn, bro. It's so good. Matador is such a strong survivor. But keep in mind right here, guys, that Matador was used in round 1, and they're actually going to walk away with a 4-kill this game. Got no value out of the Matador. And now Jin doesn't have to worry about it for the rest of the game. And got a 4-kill, despite the fact they had 2 very strong survivors on their team, Matador and First Officer. Now just don't have to worry about them at all. First Officer would have been a nightmare to deal with as something like Goatman or as Queen Bee, who... Queen Bee especially is really nice to play like First Officer against, because after the rescue, you can use your watch before the rescue, then do the rescue, and then you can still use your watch again after the rescue. And that way... There's no way you're going to get double hit. There's no easy way for her to like put bees on you to farm bees. That's very nice to have First Officer against Queen Bee. And the fact that First Officer is out now makes Queen Bee better. The fact that Matador is out makes every Hunter better, simply put. So it is really nice to get both these survivors out and still get a 4-man out of it. Insane work from Jin right here. I mean, there were a lot of mistakes made, I have to be honest. And the first chase was very quick. I see what the Airplanes was trying to do there. He was trying to hide, but unfortunately it didn't work out too well for him. It almost worked, but Jin managed to find him the last second right there before he was able to like run away. So yeah, pretty strong start for GR here. All they need now is a 1 escape and they can win this round. So are they going to be able to build off of that? We'll have to see. Oh. And if we look at the stats right here, GW Winter here having the highest kite time. Man, this is so BS, brother. The Matador is just adding so much extra kite time because he just farms abilities like nobody's business. Like every minute you're getting a Matador ability. Are you kidding me? You know how many minutes are in a game? So you're telling me he can get 7 of those if he's always being chased? That's essentially what happened in this game. He got like what? He got like 5, I think. So many times where you can use the Matador ability, you get it back so fast, and there's a lot of opportunities to use it. And it's not like situational like Priestess Portal. You can literally use it literally anywhere. You can use it literally anywhere. So that's what makes it so good. It makes it such a strong ability. But yeah, I'll take a look at what you guys are saying in the chat. anyone in chat, or is the chat dead? It is 3 a.m. to be fair. Jin is good at Opera, so maybe he thinks he can just get a tire or win. I mean, yeah, definitely. Opera is also a very good survivor. Or, very good hunter. Bro, Cherry Vamp is the only one in here. So sad. Everyone else is sleeping, brother. Yes, Matador can use his ability like a flywheel. So as long as you're spinning in a circle, you can use it like a flywheel. And that works against Naiad Water, that works against Axeboy Soul. Like, that's what makes it so unnecessarily good. No, trust I'm awake. What's up, Bippy? That's what makes it so unnecessarily good, is the fact that you don't need to use it just to hit the hunter. That's what's so versatile about it. You can use it to block abilities too. You don't even need the boost off of hitting the hunter, but I mean, it's good for hunters with like range attacks because of that on the abilities. It's good for hunters who rely on getting up close, like Opera Singer and Go Man. Even Shadow, it's really nasty against Shadow too, because you could purposely walk away from the tombstone, then kite back to the tombstone on purpose so you can use your ability, and then you want to bring up your eyeball to like close to 100, so that way when you step in the tombstone, you can just remove the 100 with your ability, and you still got another ability on top of that. So you really have like 2 extra flywheels, but then the flywheels combine like a broken windows boost if you need it to act like a boost, which is, it's such a broken ability, man. And it's infinite. Like, are you kidding me? I think what makes it so broken is its versatility. The fact that the Matador ability isn't just for a boost, it's not just to prevent damage, it's for both. So you have the choice. You have the choice to either use it to block abilities and prevent damage on you with abilities, or just prevent the hunter from getting up close to you. You slow them down, you speed yourself up. It's just insanely good. It's essentially like slowing down the hunter is the same thing as like giving yourself a boost. And you essentially, you really do boost away by pushing yourself away from the hunter. And Matador just like runs away and it slows down the hunter, and you end up getting a lot of distance out of it. Jinray is here too. What's up, Jinray? Jinray's still here. Alright, we're gonna see GR bye here. Bye-bye to his eyes, because we cannot see a thing right here. Gonna be playing Magician, Psychologist as his main survivors right here. Interesting. Let's see if he actually plays one of them in any of these matchups. Two survivors, 2 characters is not doing any of these players justice. You gotta play way more than 2 survivors. If you only play 2 survivors, you're not getting into tournaments, brother. You gotta play, like, as a survivor, you gotta play at least, like, 10. You gotta be good at least 10 different survivors. I mean, bare minimum 6, right? But if you're like the team's kiter, supporter, there's no guarantee that harasser is what you guys might need. There's no guarantee that support care is what you guys might need. It really depends on the team. Like, you're always gonna need a rescuer, and there's only like a couple rescuers in this game that you really need to know. But in terms of like kiters, there are a lot of kiters that kite the hunter but do it in different ways, and so you're going to need to know a lot more there. Same thing with support characters. There's a lot of ways to support your teammates in this game. Some of them do it more, some of them do it less, some of them are better at it, some of them are just once in a while, but they all have their place. And that is the scary thing about playing in tournaments, is that you gotta know so much things about each character. You gotta be proficient with so many of them. That's what makes these players so talented. Anyway, we're gonna be seeing GR gonna be ahead and be the survivor side right here. Now they just had Jin get a 4-man here, which is huge. And now we're going to see GW's Hunter Terror here. Mechanic, Gravekeeper has the first 2 bans, and in response we're going to see First Officer, Puppeteer. Okay, so didn't ban the Puppeteer around like immediately, and they do pick up Puppeteer now before it's too late. I don't think we saw Jin ban Puppeteer in the first 2 bans, did we? But right here we are going to see GR pick up Puppeteer immediately. I'm not going to be able to use him later, so hopefully they get good value out of him right now. He's going to be just a super safe survivor regardless. And that might just be what they're trying to go for. Now that Jin got a 4 kill right here, they really just want like a safe. a safe game here. Even a 1 escape here. Puppeteer could definitely do that for them. Whether he's the first chase target or the last chase target, he can protect attention hits. He does damage himself, so in the long run, it's not going to be as much kite potential because each ability use does end up killing himself and slowly, in a way, helps the hunter. But it does give also guaranteed kite time, and there's no way to mess it up, right? The only way you mess it up is if you just don't use it. As opposed to these other survivors, there's more kite potential with them, I would say. But it's harder to use them. It's easier for the hunter to dodge their ability. Puppeteer, you just gotta press the button. Right. But the thing that makes Puppeteer so strong is that he really does essentially have an infinite ability because of the fact that... that when you rescue him, he gets to use his puppet again. You really don't necessarily even need to rescue him with Tide. So Puppeteer could allow the team here to only run 2 Tide Turners in a way. Because if they end up chasing the Puppeteer, then Puppeteer is like his own mini mercenary, so to speak. Are we actually going to see that done, though? They might put Psychologist with Tide, though, still. The idea of having triple Tide is that no matter who gets chased, and we are going to see the Queen Bee here, the idea of triple Tide is that no matter who gets chased, you have guaranteed kite time, right? So one of your Tide Turners gets chased, you still have 2 other Tide Turners, right? And since people can only be on chair 2 times, you'll get the full value out of those Tide Turners, but at the cost of not running borrowed time, because a lot of these survivors still want to run broken windows or flywheel to help them survive, because just running Tide is very risky in today's meta. And running borrowed time with Tide is essentially like very scary to do that. You got to be very good at kiting with your character. You got to know the routes very well. You got to know your hunter opponent very well. Not just with the player, but I mean like their literal hunter character. You got to know the interactions well. In general, you got to know the interactions specifically with your survivor, and you got to know the routes very well. It's very rare that you'll see like a rescuer who is not like a first officer, but also still run borrowed time, I mean. Like, especially Escapologist. Escapologist is one of the prime examples that you'll see. Like, they'll play Escapologist, but Escapologist is super chaseable, so they'll run borrowed time. Sorry, they'll run Tide Turner and broken windows, right? They won't run borrowed time at all. And yeah, that's what we're seeing here with the Psychologist. So again, similar story here. We're going to see the triple Tides, Psychologist with the broken windows, Puppeteer with the broken windows. In this way that even if the Queen Bee chases like Psychologist here or Puppeteer here, they still have 2 more Tides for the guaranteed kite time. Of course, if Puppeteer gets chased here first, it's not as much value, because technically Puppeteer could protect himself for 9 seconds. But yeah, I think that's something to think about. Like, Puppet can essentially bring his own Tide Turner, so maybe they don't necessarily need the 3rd Tide Turner. But in the end here, they do decide to run it. It just means that there's not going to be many borrowed times here. Antiquarian also has no borrowed time, by the way. So really, only First Officer has the borrowed time. I wonder if this is going to go well for them here, or are they going to be in trouble? As long as they can get a Tide Kite here, they can probably pop the Cypher Machines without even a second person going down. So let's see what happens here. First Officer is going to be chased here using his pocket watch pretty early on. He really is just like bait here. Oh no, but GW Terror actually wants to chase him. Oh, and he's staying out of range of the pocket watch right now. So this pocket watch only gives him a 10% movement speed. It doesn't actually confuse where the hunter's position is. He needs to be very careful with this 3rd use of the pocket watch. He's going to choose not to use that at all, so that way he gets his next cooldown on the watch faster. You're going to end up taking 2 hits right here. Unfortunate. Taking a 3rd hit as well. Is he even going to get his next pocket watch? Ugh. Yikes. That's not a great kite at all. Unfortunately, he didn't really go to a place that could keep him alive. He just kind of ran to the middle and ended up going down as a result. Yikes. Usually you don't see the hunters chase the rescuer first. Right here. Maybe First Officer is the reason we see so many people with Tide run broken windows. Okay, no, that's me. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, man. Listen, it's my stream. It's a joke. It's a joke. Every once in a while, these things happen. Let's see how they bounce back from it. Flywheel, by the way, good flywheel right there, making sure to avoid the damage from the full presence. Or, sorry, from the 1000 presence. Gonna ignore the Antiquarian. They're gonna choose not to hit her. I guess he's just gonna, he needs to get this pocket watch out as soon as possible here. Gonna send in their person without tie turner 2 here, since the first officer can keep himself alive with his own item. He does have one of the strongest abilities in this game. The queen bee has to respect that. She has to stay out of the range of the pocket watch. That's why she's not getting close. Why did he not at least use the pocket watch a third time here? It does give him a movement speed boost, even if he doesn't hit the hunter with it. I'm not sure why he didn't use it. You should have, since he doesn't have a second pocket watch to like worry about the cooldown for, you may as well just use it there for the 10% movement speed. A little bit odd there, but I guess he's gonna go down no matter what. Better to try though, right? We're gonna see the puppeteer now go for the rescue. This is gonna be an expensive rescue. He's gonna need to use all 3 puppets here. Oh man, this is not a good spot to be in right now as a survivor. Almost went down there, by the way. One more basic hit, he would have been dead. So it was really important that he blocks that right there. Otherwise, he would have been dead right now. But he is dead anyway, though, because the hunter double hit him. So now, can the first officer stay alive? Nope. And now puppeteer goes down. So this first officer, I mean, there's literally not a single person with borrowed time anymore. This could result in a 4-man situation just because of the borrowed time. The lack of borrowed times is huge. Puppeteer being knocked down on the floor is pretty huge. The only thing they got going for them is that the fact that the puppeteer, when he heals himself, will get his ability back. But besides that, not looking great here. We're going to have the Antiquarian here doing a great job hitting the hunter right here and preventing a basic hit. She's going to need a kite for quite a bit here because this puppeteer still needs time to pick himself up. What a great jump right there, by the way. You can actually jump over that with Acrobat as well, or Wildling. In a couple other stars you can jump over. Good work there. Swinging at the pallet, does not get it out. Now swings at the pallet. Now gets the hit. Psychologist is going to use her ability to just try to escape here, but he's surely going to use his full presence here, catching up immediately. Misses the shot, though. Misses the full presence. Ooh, gets another hit around the corner of the pallet. And now I think Tara's just going to go ahead and check on the Cypher machines now. Not committing to one person. He is very much aware that as soon as he commits to one person, he's going to try to damage them. Sorry, he's going to try to go after the Cyphers. Right? What am I talking about? As soon as he chases someone, the stars are going to instantly pressure. So he's going to get off and start pressuring the Cypher machines again. And just slowly go around the map. But look at this Psychologist heal. Huge Psychologist heal, by the way. Able to keep the Puppeteer alive. I wonder why not at least go for the Psychologist here. I guess he can't go for the Psychologist because he'd be letting go of the Cypher machine. So really good use of the whistle here. The only question is it going to be worth it? Because now that's a survivor also knocked down on the ground. Hopefully it's worth it. This Puppeteer is getting a lot of value out of the health she gave him. So good stuff right here. Puppeteer is one of the stars that, like I said, just gets that guaranteed kite time. The guaranteed kite time right here. It's going to be very difficult for the Queen Bee to do anything here. It does get the vault off. Whoo, a little bit close right there. Barely doesn't get Terror Shock right there. Probably running defense mechanism there to help him out. And now, as a result, able to make this kite last so long. I think GR Cotting right here might be this team's way out into at least a 1 escape here. Ah, man, but this is not looking great here. Oh, look at how good that Psychologist heal was. She can actually still take a basic hit right now. Look at this hit right here. Barely not getting hit. A chip hit is not enough to kill her right now. Was Terra paying attention to that is the question? He needs a basic hit to knock her down. Another chip hit is not enough. She knows that. Not even going to try to dodge out the way. Forces out another one right here. Pretty quick down, all things considered. And no decode being done in the meantime. There's no... I mean, what cipher is this? Is this the 75 cipher or is this the 35 cipher? Either way, though, look at the positioning on the map. GW Terror here, tearing his target in the corner of the map away from any cipher machine means that the rescuer has to spend a long time not really doing anything except running to the rocket chair. Then the person off the rocket chair has to spend a long time running after the next cipher machine. I mean, this is just a win-win situation for Terror right here. He could definitely take a 4-man scenario right here. Let's see here. Coding right here. Going in for the rescue. He could use the puppet here. Puppeteer being such an annoying survivor. Not a whole lot to do right here. Ooh! What a chip hit right there. knowing that he's gonna reappear right there and to preemptively shooting where he's gonna show up after the rescue finishes. Good shot right here from him, and the puppeteer is dead. The chair was just too far away to get it before half. Or was he already chaired before? I don't even remember anymore. Oh no, this is the puppeteer. That was someone else. Alright, I don't even remember at this point. This game is... Wait, oh, he just baited him. He just baited him. Oh my. Okay, now he's going to teleport on the Cypher machine, but this is the 35% Cypher, so only able to get it up to 61%. I mean, they could still maybe get a 1-man out. But she's going to go down here, probably. I mean, unless she flywheels this. She does flywheel it. Ooh, I think she's going to die here anyway because of the movement speed. Damn. Damn, really tough scenario right here. He doesn't even necessarily have to pick up here. She doesn't have borrowed time. I guess he's going to pick up for the self-heal. He's worried about the self-heal. If the survivor pops the Cypher, he knows exactly where they are. And yeah, he pops the Cypher here. Does he have announcement? If he has announcement, he'll just automatically see where he is, and there's just no escape here at this point for him. And he goes down to a chip hit. And wow, what an impressive start of round 1. Both hunters taking an impressive 4 kill on both sides here. What was the downfall of this match? I mean, I think it's pretty obvious. The first officer's Kai wasn't really that good early game. He used his pocket watch. He had a pretty decent start, right? Probably could have set himself up a little bit better with the pallets before he had to use the watch, but either way, he used the pocket watch. But he didn't really go anywhere great after that. He kind of ran in the direction of like 3 pallets at the start of his kite, which is not good. That's not good because everywhere around him, people are decoding. So as a result, where can he go? He has to go to Big Rock or he has to go to Logs, and both those kiting places are so far away. Had the first officer just started off his kite at Big Rock, then at Big Rock, he's got the tall walls, he's got the rocks there to protect him from getting shot by the Queen Bee. It would have delayed him having to use his watch. Then when he finally does use his watch, he's going to be closer to Logs, which is like an okay kiting area. It's better than what he was trying to use in that area. But he didn't really think about what to do in case he gets chased. Because of the fact that he was at middle, he ended up using those 3 pallets over there. And then because everyone is around him decoding, he doesn't really have anywhere good to kite. Has to try to get to somewhere across the map, but his pocket watch is just not good at doing that. Queen Bee did a great job going out of range right there, making sure that the pocket watch doesn't protect his real location from being shown. Because if you don't hit the hunter within that like white circle that the pocket watch gives, then you don't actually stop the hunter from seeing where you are. And that's one of the downsides of first officers, that you could just go out of range of the pocket watch. And right here we are going to see GR and GW right here ending up tying for both hunter side. Both hunter and survivor. We're going to see the hunters get 4 kills. Very impressive stuff right here on both sides here. I must say though, I think Jin's result there is I think a lot more of a testament to the skill he's got as a hunter, because those survivors definitely made it difficult for him. But on the other hand, GR first officer here, not really doing an amazing Kai. I mean right here, given how awkward of an area airplanes was, I think he did the best he could. Maybe could have positioned himself a little bit better. Those 3 pallets in the middle of the map, not really working out for anyone, it seems. Not for the airplanes, not for the first officer. And yeah, if we take a look right here, Jin just doing such a good job, like splitting up the decode right here. They weren't even close to popping that 5th Cypher machine. Constantly putting great pressure. And now the first officer here just got trapped in a pretty awkward area, trapped around teammates he didn't really want to kite near. And I mean, there was just not a lot he could do. Honestly, he just needed to think about his kiting area ahead of time. Given what hunter he's up against, he needed to think about, okay, what kind of area am I going to be up against here? Is the area I'm in good enough against Queen Bee? And clearly it was not good enough, not even close. So right here, going to cost big time for his teammates right there, unfortunately. But now, what are we going to end up seeing in round 2? Are we going to still see hunter domination? I think we might. I do have to be honest here. In the recent games that I've been watching GR, it's a lot of like Jin doing a lot of the heavy lifting. Jin is an amazing hunter, of course, but the GR survivors, I feel, have been lacking behind in this tournament. And I say this as respectfully as possible because they are, of course, very talented players and they are going against some of the best hunters in the world. But I think there is something to say that there are other survivor teams who are lower down the leaderboard doing much more consistent ties, much more consistent wins. And GR has not really been able to showcase that well. At least the matches I've watched, I've been seeing a lot of 4-mans. I've been seeing a lot of 3 kills from GR. I mean, right there, they chased the first officer, and the first officer wasn't even able to cut. I mean, I mean, there is like a certain point where it gets a little bit like, it gets a little bit of like like, come on, man, like a little bit over the top that not even first officer was able to get like a 50% cipher kite. Like, how much was the cipher? Was it even 50%? Even 50% is not that great for a first officer. So a little bit unfortunate. Don't get me wrong, I've seen some good GR heads-up plays on the survivor side, but I must say I feel like it's mostly been the hunter side, and I've seen better teamwork on the survivor side from other teams than GR. GR has, I mean, it's mostly just like the early game kites, honestly. Like maybe game sense decisions as well every once in a while, but the early game kites have been tragic, especially with that one right there. Right here, we're gonna see GR ban Moonlit. And in response, GW is going to go Chinatown. We don't see a whole lot of Chinatown. We've been seeing like more Leo's Memory, more Lakeside, more stuff like that. We don't see a whole lot of Chinatown. We see even more Darkwoods, honestly. I wonder if there's going to be like official stats about what map has been picked the most. But mostly, I have not been seeing a whole lot of Chinatown, to be completely honest. Let me know what you guys think about GR. I mean, don't get me wrong, their first placement on the leaderboard right now doesn't lie in this tournament, but I can't help it but feel like, man, the survivors here have been getting cooked, especially day one. Like day one, first few days of the tournament, it seemed like every match was a 4-kill on Queen Bee. I think GR was one of those teams, but even now we still see like the 4 kills. I'm not sure. I'd have to analyze like every single GR game to tell you, oh, exactly what went wrong with each survivor game. But these are like some simple things that can be fixed. This is not like, these don't seem like communication things. This doesn't seem like, oh, someone was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. I mean, that definitely was for someone being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Don't get me wrong. But that's kind of something he can handle on his own. That's not like a team effort to decide where he's going to kite. The only team effort is to decide where he's not going to kite. And then it's up to him to solve the puzzle of like, okay, where should I put myself then? To A, not be on my teammates, and B, not be in an area that just instantly kills me. Because you can't just kite away from your ciphers. If you kite away from your ciphers and then immediately die, that's not that much better either. Right? It's kind of up to you to solve that puzzle in a tournament setting. And we're not going to quite see that match, unfortunately. Jin might go. Cherry, you feel the exact same. Jin carries, but survivors do catch up sometimes. I mean, sometimes is not good enough. You need to be consistent. It's kind of crazy that despite the like inconsistencies, they are still first place. Jin just dominates against survivors, but GR's team is not that bad since they have roster changes. No, it's not bad at all. Don't get me wrong. They're doing fine, but it's, guys, is a 4-man fine? I'm sorry, a 4-man is not fine. Like, that's a big red flag when your team gets 4-man. Like, and it's not just a once in a while thing. I feel like it's happened multiple times this tournament. You cannot be getting 4-man, especially when your hunter just got a 4-man. If you have good mechanics and good teamwork and just good fundamentals, as long as everyone has good fundamentals, it doesn't take much to glue the team together at that point. You just need someone who screws your teammates' heads in and just be like, okay, be right here. You be right there. You do this, you do that. And as long as everyone has good fundamentals, you should be fine. You don't have to lecture them on how to do their kite afterwards. You just need them to be in the right place at the right time. But like right there, the game just started and there's already a down happening on the rescuer. Like, I'm sorry, I don't think that can be defended. I don't think that can be defended at that point. Like, I get it, stuff happens, you know. It's not like the rescuer's always getting chased on GR, but Jesus, man. You think they rescue too much when it's not worth it? I mean, I've been seeing, like, brother, the last matchup, someone rescue with no tide on the Gravekeeper. You remember that? Like, Lanterners came in to rescue Gravekeeper with no abilities in the corner of the map, away from ciphers, and they rescue him with no tide. I don't understand what it is with the mentality right now in China that they must rescue. What happened with that? What happened with the we don't have to rescue mentality? I remember that was like a thing that was like a pretty popular thing, that like letting go, realizing that like the damage is not worth it, the time you spend walking, then damaging, then the time you would have spent healing, and then the risk you run to your team afterwards being at half health. Like, the Unders are gonna target you now. They're gonna try to find you. They have a target on your head now, gonna try to find you, because you are gonna be their ticket to have another second chair very quickly. What is it? What is it with, like, I mean, I get it. You got tide turner and stuff like that. If you have the double tide, why not? But I have no excuse for that. Like, what was that? I don't know what the reasoning was last matchup either. Like, this game is like, I get it more. First officer had a pocket watch, then they go in with a tide rescue on the officer. I mean, I get it. I think they had to. I mean, what do you do with such a fast down though? Like, there's no good right answer, unfortunately, to something like that. It was just the kite. You just got to look at the root cause. At that point, everything was leading up to that because of the early down. I'm not going to say that they shouldn't have rescued this game, but I will say that lantern this game without tide on a Gravekeeper with no items in the corner of the map. Like, why are we rescuing that? I mean, she did do a good kite at least. Like, she didn't die quickly, but it made the game a lot more dicey. All right, so we're gonna see Psychologist here, Mercenary, Lucky Guy. We're gonna see here as kind of like a cushion character pick, where no matter what the hunter goes, you can go like ideally a strong item against him, and one strong item can be better than 3 weak items, so to speak, against a hunter that like let's say you pick something like, I don't know, Perfumer, right? And Perfumer's abilities are really good against Blood Queen, but really bad against something like Clerk, right? Then now you go Lucky Guy, and even though Lucky Guy only has 1 item, it's much better to have like a football or a pocket watch than, or even a flash. Honestly, flash is what you would go if it was Clerk, technically speaking. So maybe not the best example, but the point is you go 1 item is better than 3. 1 strong item that is very good against the hunter is better than 3 weak items that are like mediocre to bad against a hunter. That's kind of the idea of Lucky Guy. Lucky Guy is also a good throwaway pick, you know. You don't care that much that you can't repeat Lucky Guy. He's not like the world's best survivor, but you know, he can get the job done. Oh, you're thinking Lucky Guy in place of the Queen Bee for the first officer. That is a good idea, right? Because now if you send Lucky Guy to rescue with a pocket watch, you could pop the first pocket watch, rescue, and then do a second rescue, and you can't get double hit, right? That's what we mentioned earlier. It's like one of the advantages of first officer against Queen Bee is that he's the only rescuer in this game who, with a single ability use, able to protect himself on both the before rescue and after rescue, which is very important. First off, like, Mercenary can technically do it too because he has such a short cooldown, but it takes 2 elbow pats, and that's 2/3 of his ability, which is better than 1/2 of your first officer pocket watches. Plus, you get faster decode out of it, so it's just a win-win. Right. Anyway, we're gonna see the Psychologist here with Tide Turner, Lucky Guy with the broken windows Tide Turner, so he's gonna be rescuer. Okay, so they might send him on the rescuer. I don't think they're gonna go the pocket watch thing though. He's gonna be good if he ever has to get chased though, with the pocket watch, but if he's going to go for the rescue, we're probably going to see a flare gun, and if he has time, maybe a flashlight stun with it as well would be very good. Lucky Guy could give a pocket watch to Mercenary. Listen, I mean, listen. Doing that is kind of over the top at that point. You have to remember that A, it's Chinatown, so there's not a lot of chests. B, you need to have 2 items already in your hand to give a 3rd item to someone. And C, because there's not a lot of chests, it's gonna take a lot of time to actually pull the next item, even though you only need 2 items, right? Anyway, assuming you don't use your first item, right, that you spawn with. Anyway, right here we're gonna see Jin go into the middle of the map, see what targets he can sniff out here early game. Is he gonna go after the Mercenary too? Or are we gonna see like another rescuer chasing game? Maybe he's just trying to burn out a double pad or 2. This route that Jin is taking feels like he's trying to push the Mercenary towards a worse section of the map. Yep, and that's exactly what he does. This section of the map is going to be a lot worse than Restaurant. Lion has to use 2 oval pads back to back here. Ugh, this is not, again, very similar situation where he's using these abilities, but the abilities aren't really taking him anywhere amazing, and Jin is just farming abilities off. Thankfully for Lion right here, he misses a shot, and he got a huge Pal Stun off. That's huge. Oh, but he got hit right there. What a nasty hit by Jin. Oh my god, what a shot! What a shot! Lion just gets shot by the shot right afterwards, and no, he goes down 50%. No. Deja vu, I've just been in this place before. What is going on? We're just seeing rescuer after rescuer get chased. And he didn't do that good either. I mean, this is, I'm not trying to blame them. And it's hard to be fair, but yikes, this is another really awkward start. Lucky Guy didn't really have much time to do anything. He does have a flare gun though. Okay, he got lucky on the flare gun wish. Okay, nice, that's a start. Shoots the flare gun, guarantees the rescue, but he had to shoot before, which means basically no rebound potential for Mercenary. They're just gonna send him away. Bye-bye, Mercenary. Trying to get the chip hit off here as well. Could he get another one maybe? Maybe get to like full presence here? How many chip hits would it take to get to full presence? Maybe one more? Did he? No, he didn't shoot there. Okay. Can he farm up some energy here? Ooh, tries to hit it right there. Doesn't end up hitting it. This still could be a tie, but it's not looking super comfy. This is not super comfy. Like, 60% on all your ciphers? Yes, that's a tie, but... And with tie turners, yes, but you gotta look at the scenario. You're going into this mid-game with one of your strongest mid-game survivors dead. Mercenary is a very strong survivor in the mid-game. He's just so annoying to, like, chase down because you try to start and chase him, he immediately leaves and overpass to a really good area. We didn't see that. We didn't see that. So now, like, yes, you gotta consider, though. Like, yes, it's not bad for the survivors, but on the other hand, they're losing a critical survivor right here to help them tie this match in the first place. Mercenary is one of the biggest ways of helping them tie. At the very least, he's gonna make these chairs very long, and look how far away he is from the cipher machines here. It's not bad at all. Also, everyone here is half health, or full health here, except the psychologist, and the psychologist is gonna right here heal to just a chip hit. So this is not bad at all. This is not bad at all, and they're gonna be down to essentially one side remaining here, but this is where it starts getting scary right here. It's gonna be this teleport right here. I mean, thankfully it was just on a robot, right? Lucky Guy right here is gonna get his location revealed if he didn't already drop that controller. And just scouting out people now in the full presence of Queen Bee. This is gonna be the issue now with the survivors. She's just gonna be able to quickly go after them, constantly back and forth playing this game. But look, they're already sending someone to take over the Lucky Guy cipher machine right here. Ooh, look at those mind games from Winter, risking the Terror Shock there. Takes it though. Oh, stream skipped a little bit, but he does take him down right here, probably with a chip hit plus a basic hit. Moving the bees in place. No Cypher's really shaking right now. He's taking a look at them, but they're not decoding it right now. Okay, now Psychologist is back on the Cypher. But my Lucky Guy here has no borrowed time. Jin could very well still 3-man this. With the lack of borrowed times and Mercenary being out of this game, there's just... No one here is really that scary to chase. The scariest person is going to be Archer here. Archer misses her shot, though. That's going to matter a lot. And is that a stuff? That's just going to be... I think that's going to be it. I think you just pick up at this point, and Psychologist has to pop. Okay, she's going to wait on the pop. Okay, because if she pops here, then Jin honestly could have just dropped. He's still gonna drop, though. Yeah, I guess no point chairing him because it's gonna open up a chance for a rescue and get this archer up off the ground, as opposed to leaving them on the ground. Then now it takes a lot more time to heal than it does to rescue. Look at like this back and forth game. Good move here from the psychologist here, and good move from Jin, like playing this back and forth game with each other. Okay, it's just gonna take one chip it here though. Can he get it? No. No. Okay, as long as he hits the archer here though, he'll still be fine. He needs to hit the archer though. He needs to hit the archer. He needs to hit the archer. He does hit the archer. Psychologist trying to go for the cipher. She has borrowed time, but no, she doesn't get it. He needs to stand still so that the laceration goes down before he goes for the chair. Okay, now he's going to go for the chair, getting rid of all the laceration. Okay, what's the move here? He's dropping again. Okay, okay. All right, waiting to see the psychologist move now. Oh, okay. So at this point now he's going to pop, and he did also use the full presence, but he's got a teleport, so he's not worried at all. Man, imagine how good tipping point would have been here. Tipping point is not here. I mean, it's fine. He can basic hit him. It's going to be the battle of the mind games now. Can Jin mind game correctly? Can he guess where this archer went? And can the archer mind game him and make him guess incorrectly? That's what it's going to come down to here. And he got tinnitus last second, so he's just going to instantly teleport back with the bees. That is exactly what he left the bees for. Thinking ahead of time right there. Good, smart thinking right here. And now Jin is just going to be on top of this archer. And what did I say? That is going to be a 4-man despite how close the Cybers were looking. The lack of borrowed time really hurting there. I feel like if it weren't for the stuff, could have been a lot dicier. I still think the chances of a 3-man were good. But once that stuff happened, the 4-man here is just, the 4-man likelihood is just going to go way higher here. And just like that, Jin is going to walk away with a 4-man here. The first kite, it just wasn't good enough. Because when you're running that many no borrow times, you are relying on the first kite being good enough to the point where you can safely get the last cipher done before anyone even gets chaired. That's the whole idea of the strategy. That's the whole idea of like the strategy where you run 2 people with no borrow time, Mercer with no borrowed time, and I don't even remember if the other person had borrowed time. I think the archer did have borrowed time. She did have borrowed time, right? But that doesn't change the fact that if your mercenary goes down, you not only did you lose half your borrowed time, you lost a member of your team who was supposed to be like that unchaseable endgame target who can pressure those dangerous cipher machines without being like immediately taken down. Because a lot of these other stars, they don't have the mobility of mercenary. So mercenary being able to like dash away after Queen Bee uses her full presence on you, that's huge. And the fact there's no survivor like that anymore, in my opinion, really cost them that game. The fact that they lost such a strong survivor early on in this game, like that guy is in charge of pressuring the dangerous cyber machines. Without him, things tend to fall apart a lot more. Not to mention that now 2/3 of your team, rather than 1/2, has no borrowed time. You were really relying on like a tie-worthy kite there. You're really relying not just on a tie kite, because when you're running that many borrowed times, you need more than just a tie kite. You need the kite to be good enough to the point where after the second tie turner use, you guys should have the 5th cipher almost done. And if you don't, then that's okay. You guys have like a 6 backup already started. That's the whole idea. But there was no 6 backup. They did have quite a bit of decode on the 5th cipher already, but no like real backup there. And as close as it was looking to the ciphers being done, A, the mobility of Queen Bee combined with teleport and full presence, and B, the fact that there was no like amazing survivor there except Archer there to like really kite out Queen Bee anymore, really put them far behind. Really put them far behind. It really limited the versatility of their team. They weren't really able to kite away from the cipher machines. Mercenary would have done that. Mercenary would have eloped away from the cipher as soon as you pressured him. Lucky Guy, not really. I think Lucky Guy, the fact that Lucky Guy also had like no chest right there. Chinatown has like almost no chests around the map. Something I wish the devs would change in the future is add some more chests around Chinatown, because it is unfair that Chinatown has like, what, 4 chests that don't include the basement? And then you look at Church, and Church has 9, not including basement. Like, how is that fair? And then Hospital up there with like 9 as well, I think. Something crazy. Moonlit, I think, has the most. Leo's Memory has a lot as well. It just doesn't make sense to me. Like, clearly, the devs have tried to put more than 6 chests on every single map. Arms Factory has like is down there with on the lower end, but it's still like at least 6 chests on that map. I don't know why the devs put so few chests on Chinatown. Like, what do you got? You got bushes, you got hotel, you got next to like the restaurant, and you got behind restaurant. That's literally it. There's nothing in the middle of the map. Like, why is there not a chest like near the tree in the middle? There should be one there. That would be nice. That'd be really nice. I don't know, man. That whole section of the map just really sucks. The tree area. Yeah, if you're running like that many no borrows, you really are gonna need better, because you're relying on your early game. You're relying on your early game being good if you're running no borrow times. Because if you end up with like no 6 cipher done in the like mid game, no extra cipher, and then the 5th cipher isn't enough to like force the hunter to camp it all the time. Like the cipher was like 40. He could afford to leave it and chair someone. That's exactly what happened. It just a really awkward game, unfortunately. It just wasn't good enough. Like, again, normal scenarios, that would be fine. But because there's 2 no borrow times on the team, it made the end game so much weaker. It made the end game like too weak at that point. I mean, again, we didn't get to see it technically because the archer got stuffed. But I feel like he would have just targeted the guy with no borrow time, then gone after the other person. It should have been at least around a 3-man. Or almost a 3-man. It would have been very close. 6 to 7 chests, yeah. 6, 7. So yeah, again, great start from GR for this round 1. Can they build on it though? They just need to build on it. Holy crap. Why are people like setting up like whole memoriams over here? What are they called? Is it called a memoriam? I don't even remember. Whole shrines to who was that? Was that Jin? Brother, they're setting up entire shrines to these people. These hunters practice chasing rescuers allowed. The second tide always brings kiting, but so the first tide is what they go for. I mean, yes, but the first tide has such strong kiting abilities. That's the idea there. Is that they should be able to still kite without kiting abilities. That's the whole idea. They should still be able to kite it out. I really don't think that was like anything amazing. I think the problem there was just the elbow pads. The elbow pad usage was not good. Like, I played Mercenary enough to tell you that he was elbow padding into places you do not want to elbow pad to. He should have been going to a restaurant. He should have elbow padded a restaurant while he had a chance. Try to take advantage of the good windows there. The tall walls there would have helped him out a lot there. But he just has to use 2 elbow pads back to back in an area that he still is dying to chip hits. I don't really think that was anything special. Like, Mercenary has so much ability to just go where he wants. You just need to know where to go. I don't think that was really Jin doing amazingly. Like don't get me wrong, he did good there, like trying to zone him in away from restaurant, but the opportunity to do it was there. Technically, it was there. If he wanted to, he could have early on elbow padded to the greenhouse if he's not sure where the hunter's coming from. That would have been fine to do. And then the second elbow pad, if he's going to use 2 elbow pads, at least make those 2 elbow pads lead to restaurant. But instead, he used 2 elbow pads that led to no. And that's kind of like what I'm talking about, right? Like, behind greenhouse would have been good. Then after you go behind greenhouse, then go to restaurant, right? To the restaurant window. That would have been good. That would have been actually pretty solid. Not the best, but it would have been better than what you did right there. I don't know. I mean, I do know. I literally am saying it right now, but listen, I just feel like you could have played that so much better. This is not like a helpless scenario right there. The Mercenary definitely could have elbow padded to a better position right there. I get it. They practice, they chase the rescuers, but they've kind of been screwing themselves over, if I'm being honest. This was not even like anything like the hunter. Oh, the hunter like really outplayed them, right? You still gotta respect the hunter at the end of the day as a rescue. You can't just spam all your abilities. Oh my goodness! Oh, I was about to say, bro, that'd be crazy if he went sculptor. You know what's so funny? I think He thought he flipped the page, I think, maybe? No. Because Sculptor's not in the same spot as Opera Singer. They're in different spots. I always pick Prospector when I'm trying to flip the page. That's what happens a lot. Alright, so we're gonna see the Rescuer Rescuer in middle. Right here, Doctor right below. Seer in Hotel, and Meteorologist on the left. Interesting cipher layout here for the spawns, by the way. Gonna end up having no one in the like top right section of the map, so that tunnel cipher, no one's gonna be next to the tunnel cipher to get rid of it early on, which is a pretty important consideration right here. Instead gonna spawn like this. Weird, because the Doctor doesn't really have an easy cipher to do now. There's nothing that really spawns down there in that section of the map except Hotel, and they already spawned Seer Hotel. Unless there's 2 ciphers Hotel, then they could both decode it, but then popping 2 hotels early on kind of stinks, because then you really want to leave those as one of your last ciphers. Anyway, we're going to see, again, triple Tide Turner. 3 no borrow times here. So again, same scenario here. They're relying on a good early game chase here. Again, like, I totally understand going after the rescue here to eliminate the Tide, but they have very strong kiting abilities. They should be able to get a pretty good tie kite close to a win. They should be able to do it, especially on a map like Chinatown right here. A Gravekeeper can like cross open big gaps right here. Right here in the middle of the map, and make it so that he has a hard time dashing to him. But anyway, right here we're gonna have Terra go straight to the survivor at the greenhouse. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be AC. Gonna go after the Meteorologist here. Meteorologist can be a good chase here for Opera Singer. Really depends on whether you're able to dodge those winds. Let's see what kind of size wind she's cooking up right here. Gonna just go for a regular window vault here. No broken windows boost. And he misses the wind. Went for a small wind there and ends up dodging it quite easily too. Just going around the table. And now Terror gonna have him stuck in the corner here. Gonna take the transition kite into this powder here. But this powder here really isn't that good here. AC is gonna have to rely on something here. Alright, so he's gonna use the owl here. Trying to head to this next pout over here. This pout is good, but not if the hunter's already around it. What an insanely timed hit on the owl too. And that's going to take down the Meteorologist. Going to go down here, honestly, as quickly as the Mercenary. Maybe a little bit quicker even. And now able to have, honestly, also pretty good control over the middle. They have double middle this game. This is not great. This is a 1 in 3 chance that 2 middle ciphers spawn on Chinatown. Going to immediately hit the Doctor. Doctor gets to basically no speed up bonus because of Withering Effect. Ooh, that would have been a nasty blink there had he gotten a little bit closer. 2 hits off on the Doctor already. Unfortunately, though, Doctor's just going to easily heal up. So Doctor here not going to be of much help here. Meteorologist going to bait out something with the Hunter here. Not even going to use her ability, just planning to die in the corner here. And probably saving her abilities for a second rescue here. Let's see if she can rebound on the second rescue. There's no chair in the corner here. That's pretty lucky for the survivors. It's going to make this chair so much longer. There should probably be a guaranteed chair, to be honest. But anyway, he is going to chair right here at the chair right here. He's going to chair right here at the chair right here, guys. And just going to try to find the rescuer now. But the rescuers already pre-positioned themselves behind the greenhouse. Totally unpredictable location here. Great thinking from the Gravekeeper. Can he even get a free rescue off? He might just get a free rescue here. Oh yeah, that's a free rescue. And, oh man. Okay, that hurts. That hurts. She's not even going to get a chance to rebound now. She's just going to go down with 2 bottle uses left. That is really sad. She uses one of them to just try to get away from her teammates, but that is really sad. Only 1 ability use on the entire kite. Yeah, that's kind of the thing about Opera Singer. You have to use your abilities sooner than later. Because anything with like a cooldown of 10 seconds or longer, you really gotta use those abilities sooner rather than later. Because you're not really gonna get a chance to later. It's kind of like Escapologist. That's the mentality of Escapologist and mentality of Aeroplanist. Good blink right here. Prevents him from even having to deal with the pallet now. And now GW tier is able to go straight for the Gravekeeper. Can he get another hit off? Ooh, that's a shame that he dashed on the same, like, area right there. So he doesn't end up getting to keep the cooldowns up. And now Gravekeeper is just going to keep kiting now. Taking a hit, unfortunately. I mean, that's going to be the cost of that blink. And now forcing the pallet break now. And I mean, this is what Gravekeeper does so good. But now he's going to force the pallet break on a useless pallet that otherwise you don't have to break. And dying in the corner of the map. Wait a second here. Oh no, but the chair is still up because the meteorologist died at a different chair. Could you imagine if that chair was already used right here? It's going to be a long chair. Wait a second. Where's the chair? Okay, it's still here. I don't know why it's not highlighted. Okay, but he's not going to chair here. He's going to try to chair closer. I don't think he makes this. Oh, okay, he doesn't make it. I was about to say, like, he must be running Giant Claw if he makes this, but he doesn't make it. I mean, he's at least going to chair next to the Cypher machine, but this is such a huge penalty now. Is it even worth it? Not even, because they already have another Cypher ready pre-planned. That was not a great exchange there. Almost worked out there. Was he running Giant Claw? Did anyone see at the beginning of the match? Was he running Giant Claw? But yeah, it just wasn't enough here. Even maybe with Giant Claw would have been enough. I don't even know. But yeah, definitely without Giant Claw, not enough. City getting a pretty safe rescue right here. Borrow time on the Gravekeeper here. The only problem is that the Seer doesn't have borrow time. So if they were to pop, and now they pop. Terra going for a hit on the Seer to like prevent a future rescue, but now they pop. Now that's a chance for the Gravekeeper to escape, and it also gives a boost to the Seer to get away. But the problem is this, they don't have anyone on the exit gates, and the Seer's not going to be able to do a super long kite here. As soon as he vaults, he's going to... Oh! Okay, never mind. He just mind games the Opera so well right there. Oh my god, and the flywheel too? He just wasted his dash. And he gets an owl out of it! No way! Dude, the back-to-back plays from City right here. Impressive work. Good stuff. Oh, but the owl body block, unfortunately. That is still so good now. Terra is going to have to go for the exit gate without being able to chair first. And that's going to allow Seer to potentially get a self-heal off. Doctor having no ability essentially here, though. Going to be pretty... Oh, no, but she had a perfume. Okay. But the perfume only able to stall a little bit there. I mean, it's going to force Terra now to use his ability on the Doctor here rather than saving it for coding on the ground. Can he pick himself up in time? Oh man, even if he picks himself up now though. Gravekeeper opened up the gate, but this is a dicey situation to be in because of this chair. This chair is such a power position to be in as Hunter. You get so much vision all across the map now. Now chasing the Seer. Can they get the rescue off and escape out the gate? He already used his self-heal. No, and the Gravekeeper's just going to take the one escape. Is that going to be enough? What was the result? Oh yeah. That is enough. JR Jin got a 4 kill earlier, so that is going to be enough for the survivors there to just go ahead and take the one escape there. That's really all they need. Don't need to play anything risky right there, and they do manage to get 1 kill out in the end. Pretty good stuff. Again, the early game Kai got dicey there. Again, it's a similar situation to what I was saying earlier. Again, with Jin, it took a double hit. It took a stuff to get the 4-man. But very likely the same thing would have happened. He would have isolated the person with no borrow time. Then try to go after the other person who's doing the exit gate. It would have been a very similar situation. But because Jin was able to get the stuff, that's kind of like the difference maker between these two matches. Like both times, honestly, GW had a better position in that endgame because they had more people with borrowed time there. Oh no, but they already killed a mercenary. So they essentially also still had 1 borrowed time and then 2 no borrowed. So I guess the situation is basically close to the same. That's what I was predicting along the lines would happen to Jin, right? But then he got the stuff, so that changed the game entirely. And right here, GW, again, good position. Tie position, technically. But end up getting 3-man because of the lack of borrowed time. The Seer just wasn't really able to reposition to a good kiting area. I mean, but the borrowed time wasn't necessary when you got such great flywheel. I mean, he needed a mind game, though. He got the mind game with the Power Boost, then he got the great flywheel, then he got the great owl. I mean, honestly, it worked out. Honestly, the no borrow time actually ended up working out, kind of substituted it. Like, the flywheel kind of substituted for the lack of borrow time there. So it was still pretty good. It helped him get the owl. It was pretty good there. Yeah, Terra's Opera is so fast. She is so fast. But yeah, we just saw, I think GR was up by 3 points right there because that was a 4 kill. So they get a bonus point for the fact that Jin got a 4 kill right there. So now it's going to be down to this. Huge Palston, by the way, right there. But then that shot was absolutely huge as well. Technically, the Mercenary did a better kite than the Meteorologist, technically. Because there was more total decode. But honestly, that could just be a result of... could be a result of better Cypher Rush. Maybe there were just better Cypher spawns for the survivors. But yeah, right here, when she went down, right here, you saw the Cyphers were slightly below 50, and then one of them was like 30. So technically, Mercenary did a better kite. Huge blink right here on the Gravekeeper. Doesn't seem like a lot, but it prevents Terra from having to break that pallet now, which was very important. And yeah, ice flying the Seer, but look at the Seer, man. The Seer getting an owl out of that fly with the flywheel, also essentially counteracting a dash, but then the teleport. Killing the guy without self-heal. I mean, that's tough. That's usually what two no borrows looks like endgame. It's really rough. You can get one escape out, but it's tough. It's tough with 2 no borrow times. Super good stuff, though, from that Seer. Really impressive. Able to stall out so long with that flywheel. Like I said, maybe the borrow time's not even necessary on his case because he did such a good job surviving there. But in either case right there, that does mean that GR is going to be pulling up ahead 11-8 right now. So that's going to be the deciding factor. Can they get one more extra kill or one more extra escape over their enemy GW right now? Then they would straight up win. Or they could take a different approach and just play a little bit safer. Go for just ties, and as long as Jin gets a tie or better, which honestly Jin has been way outperforming himself right now, getting 4 kills both rounds, but just a tie would help, and then as long as the survivors get a tie, that'd be also great, and that way they would just win off of points. But right now, because of GR's 3-point lead, right now, Jin could 3 kill, and then the survivors, oh no, but the survivors get 4 killed is gonna be, okay, so let's say Jin gets a tie, and then the survivors get 3 killed, GR still wins by 1 point. Oh no, but they would lose the round. So we'll go into a round 4. Oh no, but they should still be fine because it would be they won a round and then the enemy won a round, so then it should still come down to points. Okay, so it's fine. It's fine. So they even if like Jin only ties and the stars get 3 killed right here, they'll still win by 1 point. And because GW didn't win a round earlier, it's just going to be 1-1 rounds 1 at this point. So they're just going to look at the points, and GRs would win by 1 point at that point. So that's very huge. That's huge that Jin got that 3-man, or sorry, that 4-man, and his teammates were able to get the 1 escape, because now it means that they have like a 1 extra escape buffer zone where they'll still win if someone escapes, right? If 1 extra person escapes from the enemy, they still win. So they got like that buffer zone to work with, which is really nice. Super good value right there. Just waiting for the map to be chosen now. I gotta go get some more tea, bro. I'll be right back. I have pre-made tea. I'm already thinking ahead. We pre-made the tea. Let's go. Oops, sorry. Alright. Still waiting for the map to be picked. Efficient team management, exactly. Cooking the tea ahead of time. Yeah, Red Church has a lot of chests. How many chests does... Oh, did they just pick the map right there? How many chests does Red Church have? They got 4 on the left side. I just memorized that. 4 on the left side and then 2 at Graveyard. It's only 6 chests. I think what makes Church so good at chests is that you got so many in a close proximity is the main thing. Like, you got a line of chests on the left side. You got 2 at Graveyard. Like, it's not that there's a lot of chests. It's that they're so close together, right? And it, like, half the map is, like, covering this, like, alleyway of chests. So that's what makes it so nice. Unlike Chinatown, where it's, like, 1 chest in each corner. It's just... You can't even get, like, a line of chests going. So if you get, like, a garbage item, it's not like you can just try again. It's almost impossible. There's just no chest nearby on a map like Chinatown. Speaking of Church, we are actually going to see a Church pick right here. Why does the stream keep pausing? We're going to see a Church pick right here. So for round 3, we are going to see survivors on GW side go into Church, while Jin is going to be hunting here. Once again, going to be seeing GR hunting first all 3 rounds. It's not really up to them every time, because whenever GR gets to pick the map, whoever doesn't get to pick the map gets to pick which faction goes first. So it's not always up to their choice right here, but it just so happened that GR has hunted first every single round so far. All right. Jin's just setting up. This could be potentially the last round right here. If Jin gets a 4 kill right here, then that just guarantees it. They're just going to win straight up. Because even if the survivors on GW side, or sorry, the hunter GW gets a 4 kill as well, they're still going to be down in points. There's no way to beat out a 4 kill in points. You can only even out the points. You can never get more points than a 4 kill. And since they're already behind, they just need to hope that Jin doesn't 4 kill right here. Otherwise, there's going to be no way to catch up. What is this? The stream has gone on for 285 hours? What? Does this stream ever go offline? This can't be right, brother. 285? How many days is that? This stream has been going on for like a week straight now. Oh, alright. Gonna be going into the... Oh! The camera is a little bit off. They don't usually move the camera that early. Right there, we're gonna see besides the camera being wonky, Jin is right here gonna ban Escapologist, ban the Lanternist. There's gonna be no chair manipulation this game. And instead, we're gonna see Gravekeeper, Dr. Pig. We're also seeing Goatman Hullabaloo get banned as well. Makes sense. Those are 2 very strong hunters. Queen Bee and Opera have already been used by Jin. I wonder if we'll see a Queen, not a Queen Bee, a Qist here. Qist would be interesting to see here. Probably makes sense. That would explain the Lanternist ban as well, since Lanternist has a lot of abilities. They always come back, and they do a great job at countering the Suck Ball, which is the main way that Qist gets damage on survivors. Fire Investigator, a boosting character, can help boost away from Qist. I feel like this could be a Qs, but we've seen also other hunters from Jin. So I wonder if he'll go something else here. Maybe he'll go like Shadow? Could also be Shadow. Shadow is a very real possibility as well. But the Fair Lady pick, the Doctor pick, it's not making Shadow so enticing anymore. Is Qs going to be that much better though against Doctor? If you're running Qs against Doctor, it's kind of sad though. Man, and they got the Gravekeeper. Man, GW saved Gravekeeper for round 3 as well. Man, that's going to make Qs a lot harder to use. Anytime you try to suck him up, he just goes underground. There's nothing you can do. You just need to break every pal you come across as Qs before you can finally get rid of that shovel. Yeah, not going to be easy at all to deal with. I mean, whatever hunter he picks here, it's going to have a hard time here. Having Doctor as such a solid mid-game character, such a solid kiter, combined with Gravekeeper, who's such a solid rescuer. I mean, you can chase like Pharaoh, but Pharaoh is always going to guarantee to waste some time here. He doesn't need anything amazing, though. He doesn't need anything amazing. I mean, Jin, of course, has shown us amazing. But, again, as long as he can tie here, and as long as his teammates just get 1 escape out, they'll win. They'll win. They just need to not get 4 killed. Yeah, otherwise, he will need to 4 kill himself. And he's going to go Bonbon. Okay. Very small map. Oh. Bro, that dude is literally dancing. So, yeah. Interesting. Bonbon on a small map right here also has the potential to get guaranteed ties in as well. Not guaranteed necessarily, but has a much better chance of getting ties, able to hit through the walls. There's a lot of opportunity for good bomb snipes here as well on a map like Church. Especially when like Asar is trying to run to the Church window. You can pre-place a bomb at a far distance and it could completely ruin a survivor's time trying to transition to Church. And definitely one of the better hunters you can pick here. Small map as well. I will say the only downside I see to Penguin on Church is that the Church is in the way a lot of the time, so it can be very difficult throwing bombs on Cypher machines because the Church in the middle really like protects survivors on the other side of it from getting thrown with bombs on them. Anyway, gonna see the Gravekeeper right here spawn to the left, someone else spawns to the right of Church. Very important that you take the spawn because you don't want to give the hunter easy entrance into the Church from either the left or right side because it's going to make those windows much harder to use in that case. But if they come from the front of Church, from reception, then that gives the shack window so much value. It's not even worth spawning there as hunter a lot of the time. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and see the Tide Turner, Sui on Doctor, and everyone else is running Borrowed Time. Okay, so things have changed a little bit. GW running only 1 Sui. Everyone else has Borrowed Time, and then either Broken Windows or Flywheel or Tide Turner. And we do see announcement. We see the Claustrophobia. Running it on Penguin. Fair enough. And also the Hunter's Instinct, Trump card. I think we saw Insolence right there too. So he's going to be relying on the Insolence helping out the 1000 Presence Bomb. That 1000 Presence Bomb is just a guaranteed chip. It means that you essentially only need to get 3 chip hits with the bombs, which is a lot more manageable than 4. 4 is a lot harder to get with the time bombs. Technically, the 1000 Presence is called the 0 Presence is technically called time bomb? Yeah, it's confusing. The 0 Presence bombs are the time bomb, and the 1000 Presence is called the remote control bomb. I just prefer to refer to them by the presence. Prefer to refer. Okay, anyway. We're going to see the the Guard 26 right here, or as I like to call him, the Penguin, or this game, the Rabbit. Ooh, doesn't get a good bomb through right here. It gets blocked by the wall. And this is what I mean. A good bomb can kind of throw over these walls right here and hit through them. Really nice thing that you can do. Ooh, but the predictions right here from Antiquarian. Ooh, I would expect her... I'm surprised she didn't throw him to the left right there. Why did she swing him to the right? Why not to the left with the wall right next to him? A little bit stranger. That's gonna maybe give Jin an out here. Yeah, that's a pretty fast down right now. If she just swung to the left, I mean, she had it available. She used it right after too, right after swinging to the right. And yeah, that's gonna allow a pretty quick down now. Now the Stars are in a pretty awkward spot. Do you rescue this? Jin is almost certainly going to drop bombs on this chair. You're definitely going to drop it. You don't have to put it right away because it's not like the chair anyway blasts off immediately. But you're just going to put 2 just to put pressure on the survivors. Fair enough. Gravekeeper going to go underground here, though, so no body blocking, unfortunately. Look at this. Jin setting up multiple bombs here in all directions. Whew. Avoids the complete death on the rescue. Also gets it off. Huge right there that he gets it off. What a great bomb chain from Jin right here as well. Perfectly angled to be right on top of the pallet. And just like that, Indigomer has not much to do here except try to die as far away from the chairs as possible. Oh, stalling a little bit extra with the window vault. Very smart. And yep, pre-nerf church. Rest in peace, God pallet right here with the God window. So sad. I'm definitely going to miss that area. That's going to be an area I'm going to still be talking about in 5 years from now. I'm going to, you guys remember when Red Church God pallet had the long wall and the window was just abusable infinitely? Yeah, I miss those times. Oh, you remember when Graveyard had this pallet? Oh, I'm going to miss that. I'm going to miss that. Listen, only one of these things should have been changed, not both. This is like a criminal move that the devs did that. Anyway, though, no one's going to be going for this rescue. And this is kind of the powerful thing about Bonbon is that if no one goes for the rescue... Ooh, did she just get hit there? She just got hit right there. Oh, and the warp is up too. Oh, man. This is what makes Bonbon such a terror to go against. Because once he warps on you and you're already chipped, what do? You can't vault anymore because you're going to get terror shocked. You just need a pallet, but the pallet here is garbage. This pallet's completely unusable. I hope one day the devs like put a hole to the right of this chair, so maybe then you could like drop the pallet and then just go straight ahead. Right, to the left of this chair right here, there should be like a hole right here, so then at least the pallet is usable from a certain angle. Like, obviously it's still useless for the hunters on the side of it, but that way you could like kind of run in this direction and then like use it as you're passing by. Like, this pallet has been useless for so many years. I would like it to be useful. Like, why not? Why do we have to have useless pallets in this game? Anyway, Doctor is going to get rescued here. Again, another good rescue from the Gravekeeper. He has been doing great with the rescues, but the problem is these chases have been too fast. Especially if you're going to choose not to rescue, you're pretty much banking on whoever does second kite now, that they rebound. That they rebound whatever the first kite was and just make up for the remainder of the time that was spent not kiting on the first kite. Right? But unfortunately that didn't happen. She took an early bomb hit, which led to an early warp, which led to an early down. So Jin could not have asked for better, I don't think. This is as best as it gets right here. Popping a 4th Cypher Machine against tournament survivors. Man, this is rough. Hold up, is that going to be a free rescue? Jin, watch out, man. That rescue's not done for yet. Great bomb chain, though. Can you get another one? Not quite. Another one? There we go. Using the 1000 presence there. A little bit awkward there. You left the chair. Ended up getting just pretty much a free rescue there. Gravekeeper didn't even have to try for that one really that hard. And yeah. That's going to be 2 down now. If Jin gets a 4-man this game, it's over. There's nothing that GW can do at this point. Alright, let's see here. GW Lion going to take this kite here. He technically does still have a shovel up. He can use the shovel to absorb a bomb hit, but not much more. Alright, and Jin is going to see he's going to shovel. He's going to consider leaving him. Just checking the Cypher Machines. For now, breaking the pallet, hitting the shovel. That shovel is literally just about to run out, funny enough. Ooh, look at that. Barely hitting the Gravekeeper. Going in the corner here. Kind of giving away that the Cypher is not done yet because he put himself in the corner here, so Jin basically is body blocking him. And now that's going to be it. That's going to be basically it. This is going to be a 3-man for sure at the very least. A 4-man would guarantee the victory for Jin. So obviously he wants to try to get this 4-man here. If he can see the shadow of the survivor from far, even a tinnitus. Even a tinnitus helps a lot. He just needs to sniff him out. Okay, not on the right, then on the left. Unless he was inside church. I guess Jin doesn't know that. Alright, and now he sees him. I think he sees his tracks. I think he sees the shadow. Yep, and that's going to be it. Pharaoh Lady's going to try her best to maybe outmaneuver Jin right here. Cause some mind games. Nope, Jin sees exactly where she's going. Even snipes her with a bomb. Dang, getting him out of the invisibility state right there. Not going to quite hit him right there. Oh no, he did hit him right there. And just the basic get away from death now. That detention's not even necessary. Even though he is running it, not even necessary. And he's just running this match with no trump card, just detention Bonbon. Wow. Didn't even need it in the end. And wow. Great work from Jin right here. That's going to guarantee it. 4-man kill for GR, and yep, he just 4 killed all 3 rounds in a row. That is insane. That is insane work. Insane stuff. Opera Singer round 1. And then what did he play next? We didn't see any Go Man this time, but Jin plays a nasty Go Man too. We saw Opera Singer, and then I think we saw Queen Bee, which is like, these are pretty normal stuff, but usually don't see Opera round 1. And then like the Bonbon 4 kill. Man, those warps were nasty. Those are some nasty warps, man. Not a whole lot the stars could do about that. I mean, once you got Chip, you're kind of screwed. You're stuck. So yeah, he is cooking. He's cooking for sure. I'll be right back. Yeah, and Jin right there, getting a 4 kill there. Stats just got shown for a little bit. Actually can backtrack there to see a more specific look right there. Yeah, looking at the Doctor's Kite, 29 seconds. Not too hot. Antiquarian, 38-second kite. Not too hot. Yeah, she just did such a good early game chase right there. Obviously, the kite was not like 38 seconds. It was a little bit more than that because you got to consider that she's cutting around walls too. But same with the Doctor. She got sniped from far a lot of the time. Yeah, I mean, what can I say? Really good stuff from Jin right there. The warps were a killer right there. They were very good warps. It's just a very strong trait to combine with Bonbon in general. Because like I said, it's like he's like one of those hunters who immediately pressures you with those chip hits. Not even guaranteed to dodge him, and once he's on top of you, it's very hard to. And like I said, you can't even take a vault in his face because he swings pretty fast. He swings pretty fast. Alright. I mean, at this point, they're cooked. There's nothing they can do. At this point, GW is going to lose here no matter what. Even if GW's Hunter gets a 4 kill of their own, they will still be behind by 3 points. Right now, down by 8 points. There's just no way to bring this back. The best they can do is a 4 kill, tie this round, and then lose by 3 points. So either way, they're going to lose this match. But let's see if they can close out strong here. And most importantly, can the GR survivors redeem themselves? So far, it's just been 4-mans and 3-mans so far, just from GW turn. Not to discredit like Terror's skill, because Terror is insane with hunters as well. It's a shame because he's got some of the best stats in the tournament right now. He's got some of the best hunter stats. If you saw right there at the beginning, he had some of the best stats right there. I think in terms of like time spent chasing a survivor, it's very low. The kill rate is very good. He's doing very good, and so it's honestly a disservice that his team is 10th place because he is a very talented hunter. But yeah, I think just the early game early game kites have not been amazing from GR either. Just really awkward positioning that they find themselves in, not really allowing them to get a good kite as a result of the bad position. I mean, I think Terror did great there, trying to push her into a more awkward position there. He did great that time, but I think the first officer was already in a bad place to begin with. With just as soon as he got walked up on, he was already not in a great spot. Alright, so we're going to be seeing Mercenary Embalmer here. Interesting. Embalmer on Church? I think GW picked this map if I'm not wrong. Right? Maybe they picked it knowing that GR likes to go Embalmer. Right? And then this is not like an amazing map for Embalmer. It's one of the worst ones actually. Because Church is really not one of the smallest maps in the game. It might be the smallest, honestly. Like, even Arms Factory, I think, is a little bit bigger than Church. Maybe they're the same size, technically. Arms Factory just feels a little bit bigger, though, because of the... It's kind of funny, because Arms Factory, on the one hand, doesn't feel bigger in terms of ciphers, because the ciphers, none of the ciphers are really, like, close to the edges or in corners of the maps. Well, on Church they are, but let's be honest here, Church in general just doesn't take so long to walk to the corners, so I wonder if it's actually because of that. I mean, Church isn't like a perfect square like Arms Factory is, so maybe it is technically smaller in terms of area. Anyway, we're going to be seeing Enchantress here and Matador as well. GR saving Matador till the very end. Very strong survivor. They also saved Archer till the very end. Banning Wildling here as well. So, almost certainly not going to go Hula Baloo here if you're going to ban Wildling. That's a very awkward rest here to ban at all in general. Especially when Mercenary is up. A lot of people would say Mercenary is better than Wildling anyway. But I think a lot of people sleep on Wildling. The Wildling's got infinite abilities to just keep himself alive, which is an insanely powerful tool. I mean, you see how good it is with Lanternist against these hunters. Even against the hunters that are like not her best matchups. The fact that it just takes extra time every single time you go after her, and then you leave her be, and then you go after her again. She's just always wasting time. And that's what makes those kinds of abilities very strong. And Wildling's ability, it doesn't even start off weak, right? It's already strong, and my goodness, are we... are we actually going to see Mad Eyes, bro? I don't think he's a Mad Eyes player. Is he actually going to go Sculptor, though? Did he lock that in? He locked that in. Okay. Okay. I'm down for some Sculptor gameplay. This is one of her... this is one of, like, Sculptor's better maps, too, because there's a lot of areas where there's just, like, a lot of walls in between, so it can really, like, zone off areas with statues bouncing back and forth, preventing survivors from walking through them. I think this is a cool pick here, and especially the windows. Every time you approach the church window, you're risking vaulting into a statue, and it's going to be all about the mind games, right? All about the mind games. Do you predict the survivor vaults or doesn't vault? I mean, it's kind of why Sculptor kind of fell off, because there's just these unnecessary mind games that you don't have to play with the better hunters. But nonetheless, it's an opportunity to get damage on the survivors with each vault they do. We're going to see Embalmer here in the middle of the map, presumably to catch everyone's faces here at the start of the game, so that no matter who gets chased here, they can go ahead and take him down. Okay, guys, surely we're not going to see Sculptor chase Mercenary, and if we do, I trust that this Mercenary can kite out a Sculptor. Come on now. I almost want her to chase the Mercenary just so we can actually see, like, please, God, let me have faith in my Rescuer's kiting ability, please. Anyway, he's going to be running Empathy on his rescue build. Flywheel, broken windows on the Enchantress. So Sui. Oh, and Bummer also Sui. Matador Sui. What the hell is going on, bro? They love their Suis, man. They don't even have triple tide this time. They only have 2 tides. Interesting. Why are we carrying so many Suis in round 3-2? Okay. I wouldn't be able to give you a reason. I personally am not comfortable with this many Suis. I'm not comfortable with this many Suis. I feel like Borrowed Time, don't get me wrong, Borrowed Time is only available in the end game, but oh my god, does it save games. There's a reason everyone runs Borrowed Time in rank, because it is the easiest to work around, but it's also the strongest trait in my opinion. I think it's the strongest, even if it is the easiest to work with. Alright, anyway, Terror is going to be going straight into church here, checking around, see who's nearby. No one foolishly did the Cypher Machine. Is the Embalmer? Oh my god! Well, my wish came true! And this is already an awful start for the Mercenary. Okay, well, at least he didn't get hit there. But the Oped didn't lead anywhere. The elbow pad doesn't lead anywhere, though. It didn't lead to the window. He has to use another elbow pad. But this elbow pad didn't lead anywhere either. I mean, I guess he'll make this garbage pallet. No, this is not safe. He needs to use a third elbow pad. Honestly, he's still going to take a hit. And okay, well, I guess no elbow pad trades it for a hit instead. Guys, there's only so much you can defend this, brother. Like, come on, brother. I mean, oh, that was good. That was good. I mean, a little bit. It looked cool. I don't think it was necessary. Oh my God, this statue. What a good statue from Terra right there, though. Ah, right there. It does kill him with the warp. Oh, and the embalmer coffin. Hold up, and he just used the warp. Is Terra gonna swap? No, he's not gonna swap. He's just gonna opt to walk all the way here. Keep in mind, this is before Sculptor's buffs, guys. So none of the Sculptor buffs are in the tournament server right now. Man, look at that trade up there in the top left. Gave him 5% faster movement speed for those 15 seconds. Really helps a lot in a situation like this. Giving him a bird's eye view of the situation. Wow, he even got a hit with it. Dang, that was good. Matador slowing down the Sculptor here with no movement speed. All she can do is just walk after the Mercenary. You see, this is what I'm talking about with Church. There's a lot of these spots where you could just kind of like... Oh man, what a good statue though right there. The hit wasn't even necessary, but it does give extra presence now, and that's what he's looking for. Now he's going to become a powerhouse in the end game, but the question is it too little too late? Sculptor's a very slow hunter, not just in terms of like literal walking speed, but also in terms of like getting the power level up. She just now got it, right? Even with insolence, she just now got it. I think Embalmer played a huge part in that. Ooh, and the right here, we're going to see just an immediate rescue here. I mean, this is fine. This is fine. This allows for just a super safe tie. No damage on the... Matador is super huge now because now it's not going to take 2 statues to kill him. It's going to take a lot more than that. Can the Sculptor get a couple cheeky hits in right here? Tries to go for 1. Doesn't get it, unfortunately. And now the Mercer is going to finally go down. Ran into the Hunter at the window right there. Elbow pad didn't lead to the window back. Had to use a second one. That second one also didn't lead anywhere. Led to a hit. The third elbow pad was fine. But it wasn't necessary. He could have also just elbow padded perfectly fine to the side. It didn't have to go through the Hunter. Because if you go through the Hunter, you do technically make it. Trying to use his body, by the way, right here. To do splash damage behind the Embalmer. Oh my God, he is dodging every single one of these statues. Down to 0 statues, just like that. Nothing to use here. Can he get a hit here? Oh, he got a hit with a regular statue. And then try to follow it up with a full presence. Didn't end up working out right there. And just gonna follow this chase until he gets more statues. He's dry on statues right now, though. He doesn't have any. He needs to just wait for more statues, which right now, this is time he doesn't have to waste right now. He needs to be careful with how he uses these last statues. Does he hit him? Oh, okay. That counts. That counts. Hit him in the middle of the vault. And they're gonna pop. No borrowed time here. Just gonna pop as soon as they can so they can get working on this gate. No trump card either. They know he's running insolence, and they just now saw that he's running detention as well. Okay, he's gonna stop the gate from being decoded for half a second. Matador gets hit for BM value, and just like that, GR takes a pretty safe tie right there. Pretty safe tie in this position. The fact that the Hunter had no trump card, this is why the borrow time was fine in this situation. Because without the trump card, I mean, it was Sculptor to be fair though. Sculptor is also insanely slow. So yeah, the no borrow time here, perfectly fine in this situation. Without a trump card to build off of it. And assuming you have someone on the exit gate immediately, that was another thing. If someone wasn't on the exit gate immediately, it would have been tough. But yeah, they did have someone on the exit gate immediately. But my goodness, man, I literally asked for it, and I got what I asked for. Like, brother. Listen, again, don't get me wrong. Like, yes, I know they be training to chase all these survivors, but come on, you cannot lie to my face and say he did not make it easy for her. He was even trying to get found. Or, I mean, maybe he was trying to get found. How do I know at this point? I literally don't know at this point. He literally just walked up to the... You know what's so sad about that is that if he turned his graphics down to low, he would see through those stained windows and you could see where the hunter is coming from. So that probably would have helped a lot. Or did they patch that? Did they ever fix that? I don't think they fixed it. I think that still works on most of the windows. Some of them it doesn't work on though. So I tried it and it works on some of them. I remember it used to work on all of them, but now I recently tried it doesn't work on some of them. I didn't check all of them though. So maybe they patched it out. Where like if you put your graphics on low, you can actually see through the windows you're not supposed to see through, and that helps a lot at church. Because like right there, super classic mistake, right? And it's like, how are you supposed to know if the hunter is there? But typically if you put your graphics on low, you can see through those windows, right? That's the real only way to consistently see the hunter. But yeah, right there, mercenary first chase. I don't even think the hunter was trying to purposely find him. I think he just ended up walking in front of the window, like boom, there's your chase right in front of your face. Super easy. So yeah, maybe next time, guys, we'll get to see a good rescuer Kai. Man, I feel so sad because this doesn't help the fact that everyone is like, oh, I don't know how to kite, just throw him on rescuer. And then as soon as the rescuer kites, I hate it. I hate it so much. I hate it, bro. As a rescue main, I take great pride in my ability to rock kite for such a long time without any abilities. And when I use that ability, you best be betting that I am getting maximum value out of it. Like when I do use my ability, we are destroying that hunter with that one ability, and we are making them pay for us having to use that ability. But that elbow pad, it didn't go to the window. Next elbow pad didn't go to the pallet. It was all over the place, man. It was all over the place. He was kiting with elbow pads, not with pallets. And that can only take your kite so far. Anyway, guys, as you saw right there, or you're about to see right here, GR wins with 18 points to 10 points. What a great way to finish it off. GW, unfortunately, they do go down, but GR going to maintain their lead, maintain their first place position. Jin is such a great hunter, guys. That is the moral of the story today. If you guys enjoyed the stream, be sure to join more streams just like this. We're going to be doing IVL. I think this might be the end of IVL soon, I'm guessing. IVL is going to end, I think, this week. I think this is the last week. If not, we're going to be back next week. But we're going to stream one more time tomorrow. Again, same time, Saturday morning, 1 a.m. And I'll be here Saturday, 1 a.m. my time. Saturday, 2 a.m. EST, though. Or 11 p.m. Pacific Coast, USA. And, of course, regular morning time in Europe. If you're in Europe, regular morning time, guys. Morning at 2 a.m. God, what is that? That's not even morning to me. That's more like a night still at that point. Like, to me, in my head, I'm still in Thursday. Honestly. Anyway, guys, that's gonna be all for today. Thank you again so much for watching today's stream. I will see you guys tomorrow for tomorrow's next IVL matchups. If you guys would like to, you can keep watching the third matchup, though. You don't have to leave. We still have a third matchup that I won't be covering. But I left a link in the description below for you guys to watch the full live stream. It's on the Billy channel. And the third matchup is going to be MRC versus GG. So if you don't want to miss that, you can come check out the channel, the Billy channel, and you'll find it right there. Anyway, guys, that's going to be all for today. Thank you so much for joining this stream, and I'll see you guys later. Take care. This has been Psyche. Peace out, everybody.